Well, hello everyone. Welcome. The May 8th, 2025 meeting of the Corvallis School Board is now called to order at 6:35 p.m. To support the health and safety of all community members, particularly those who are immunocompromised and their families, the board continues to offer a virtual participation option for board members and district staff. Public comment is available at select meetings, both in person and virtually. Details on how to provide public comment are available on the Corvallis School District website. Tonight's agenda, board packet, and a link to the district's YouTube channel can be found on the school board page of the website. All public meetings are live streamed on YouTube, and recordings are typically posted the following day. Tonight we have Judah, Chris, Therese, Bernie, and me in attendance in person. Sammy is in attendance virtually, and Shauna is excused. And I just want to take a moment to say welcome. We have a full house tonight, so it's good to see you all. I didn't say hi to everybody individually. And we're going to go ahead and get started on the agenda. The first item is the acknowledgement of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Corvallis School District 509J Acknowledgement of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Resolution Number 22-0401. Whereas the Corvallis School District recognizes and pays tribute to the significant contributions made in our community by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and whereas the Corvallis School District affirms that students, families, staff, and community members should be valued for all aspects of their identity, and
whereas Asian Pacific Heritage... Oh, I apologize. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month grew out of the efforts of former Capitol Hill staffer Jeannie Ju in the 1970s, and whereas Asian Pacific Heritage Week was first proclaimed by the U.S. House of Representatives in 1977, and
whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month has been proclaimed by several states since, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are largely left out of academic discourse, and
whereas members of the Asian American community have historically been subjected to inclusionary laws, discriminatory policies, segregation, and internment, and continue to be targeted by anti-Asian violence and actions of hate. And whereas Oregon proclaimed April as the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month permanently in 2021. And
whereas what was then called Asian Pacific Heritage Month was first proclaimed at the national level in 1978, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have contributed to the history and collective future of Corvallis and Benton County, Oregon, and
whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides an opportunity to continue the district's growth in learning about the many contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the nation, world, local community, and whereas education is a necessary component for creating a more equitable and anti-racist community and world, and
whereas the Corvallis School District has committed to equity and anti-racism, and whereas the Corvallis School District has a responsibility to honor and respect the diverse histories of our community, and
whereas the Corvallis School District believes each and every student must be celebrated and appreciated for the distinct and vibrant contributions made by sharing cultures, language, ideas, beliefs, and values within the school community.
Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the Corvallis School District does hereby proclaim May 2022, as well as each May annually, as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the district, and strongly encourages students, families, staff, and community members to join in existing local celebrations, and encourages all schools in the district to help highlight this month in great appropriate ways, as well as highlight the contributions of all Asian American and Pacific Islander peoples to the local community, nation, and beyond, both historically and in current times. Adopted by the Board of Directors of School District 509J of Corvallis of Benton and Lynn Counties, Oregon, at its regular meeting this 14th day of April 2022.
Thanks, everyone. And we reread our proclamations every year on the months that they are designated to reaffirm Corvallis' school district to what is contained in them. The next item on the agenda is board member reports. Do we have any board members with reports? Bernie?
Yeah, I had a chance to watch 8 Minutes Left by over at Crescent Valley High, and I really encourage you guys to come watch it. This is the closing weekend, tomorrow night and Saturday night. So it's a wonderful little show. So I think many students, and I see a few here who are part of it. So it's wonderful.
Thanks, Bernie. Any other board members? Chris?
First of all, I was able to attend or invited to attend a Altrusa meeting yesterday, and it was really neat because they were awarding a bunch of seniors some scholarships, and our own Eileen received a scholarship from them, as well as some other College Hill students. So that was pretty exciting. Congratulations. And then I also just want to acknowledge that it's Certified Teacher Week, Appreciation Week, and I just really want to show and talk about appreciation to our certified staff, our teachers. I'm so glad so many of you are here today. But I want you to know that we see you and the many, many hours you put into education, teaching our kids. I was at the May Day rally in front of the courthouse, and many teachers were there, and I just thought, you know, they just worked all day, and then they're here advocating for public education, and then I heard many of them had to go back to school that evening for an event, and I really want to acknowledge that we see you and all the time that you put into education and teaching our kids. And I know there's been a lot of public input right now on different social media sites about state testing. And I know that's hard to hear as teachers, and that it's kind of a hit to educators when people are making comments about that. And I just want to acknowledge that, and that people don't understand sometimes all the work that teachers do. State testing isn't the only source of assessment to show how our kids are doing, and that our educators work hard to make our kids succeed. And there's just so many ways that we're seeing the success of our students through just being amazing humans that they are. We hear kids that come back after college or while they're in college and tell us how well their teachers prepared them for college, and that their classmates who are from other districts and from other states are not doing as well because they're not as prepared. And I know the amount of time that people spend on preparing and everything it takes to be a teacher, and I just really appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. I think we all agree with what you just shared. And you won't hear a bunch of comments from us right now around this because we have that later on the agenda too, as well. So did Sammy have his hand up for anything, or is he good? Okay, Teresa, yes? Yeah, okay.
Well, lots of things. First, I just want to acknowledge that right now the Linus Pauling Mariachi Band is having their Mother's Day concert. And I want to make a request that we stop putting board meetings on the same nights, because I would really rather be at the concert, and we can't be. But thank you, all of our music educators. I'm sure it's an amazing concert. My son's there supporting his friend. I'm here supporting our schools, but let's try to let us both support all the things in the future. Also, I don't know if the community has been tracking this, but a really exciting thing happened earlier this week. LBCC and OSU entered into an enrollment articulation. So how about that? Our kids in our district that already have such great alignment with LBCC will now have a very streamlined enrollment process to OSU. So that's fantastic news for our students, especially those kids that have been accessing coursework either through College Now classes or enrolling in and taking extra courses over at LBCC. So it's really exciting to know that we're continuing to open more doors and remove more barriers for kids being able to get into higher education. So I'm really happy about that. And then the last thing I wanted to share is that the Boys and Girls Club breakfast happened. And I bet that most of the community doesn't know that Boys and Girls Club selects a Youth of the Year. You might know that part, but you might not know is that if the Youth of the Year wins in our area, they go on to the next level and then the next level. And as it happens, a Corvallis youth is advanced to the West Coast Boys and Girls Club of the Youth of the Year. And so in June, she'll be representing our school district in Los Angeles. And so congratulations to Trail Hall. We're very proud of all of your work. And I can't wait to be there. I'll be watching virtually to clap for her when she wins. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thanks, Therese. I was just going to say I really had fun at the art event that was a couple weeks ago. And I seen all kinds of awesome creations and also bought some nice jewelry, and my daughter wears her necklace and bracelet every day that I got from one of the student artists. So I just want to share that as well about the art event. And okay, so the next item on the agenda is Oregon School Board Association and National School Boards Associations updates. Sammy and I both do those. Sammy, are you ready to go?
Can you hear me okay?
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Oh.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. So, Chair, thank you for the introduction of this topic. And I do have an update from the National School Board Association. As a reminder, I'm really grateful for the Corvallis School Board for sending me to represent on the state and the national level as a local elected school board member. And we do have a representation from Oregon to really bring news and updates from the national level that impact us locally, and also bring up topics and issues that impact us locally to the national level. So I do have two updates. One of them during the Delegates Assembly earlier in April, there was a discussion whether NSBA, the National School Board Association, would lean in and stand in support of students regardless of their documentation status, and ensure that they receive education and funding as per the Supreme Court ruling and the practice that we do here in Oregon and in Corvallis, and consistent with our resolutions. There was a discussion, so it was really a heated debate, and I did speak in favor of the work that we do here locally and the resolutions that we have, and resolution passed in support of ensuring NSBA advocates in favor of students, regardless of their documented status. The second update, it's a call for action for my colleagues on the school board, and I will be sharing that with you over email where you can receive it, and also for the community who are interested. And I will ask the chair permission, if it is okay, I will provide my email on the school district where people can reach out and ask how they can participate. The call for action is NSBA is calling to speak out against budget reconciliation threats. So Congress is moving forward with federal budget reconciliation proposal from the presidential administration or executive branch that could have devastating impact on our public schools and the students we serve. And as school board leaders, our voice is critical right now. And I would extend that also to our community members. We are urged to contact our members of Congress today and ask them to oppose the use of budget reconciliation process, which requires simple majority on both chambers of the Senate, United States Senate and United States House to advance harmful policies. So they're not only budgetary decisions, they are in the interpretation of NSBA harmful policies, and they are briefly three. Number one, diverting federal tax revenue to subsidize private school choice through a new tax credit program that lacks accountability and oversight. And arguably, that might be an option for residents of Oregon, even though in Oregon we do not have private charter schools that receive public monies. However, this federal tax revenue policy might be really a huge risk for our public institutions in Oregon and across the nation. The second threat is a policy about cutting Medicaid funding for school-based services, such as the ones that we have in Corvallis, putting supports for students with disabilities and low-income families at risk. And the third threat is slashing federal nutrition programs that help ensure students have access to the healthy food they need to learn and thrive. So those proposals threaten to undermine the foundation of public education by reducing resources, forcing unfunded mandates on school districts, and deepening inequities for vulnerable students. The way we can act, I will share a link with folks where they can see the proposal and they can communicate our opposition for these cuts to our members of Congress. And NSBA graciously agreed that we can share that with community members. So I can share that with folks if they reach out to me at sami@corvallis.k12.or.us. So that's my update, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Sammy? Student reps or board? No? Okay, thank you, Sammy. And I will add in as well that a lot of the work that the Oregon School Board Association is advocating for is the same thing that the National School Board Association is. And I, instead of re-saying what Sammy already said about the three things, I'll share why the Educational Choice for Children Act is important for our local community to know about. What that does is it reduces the amount of revenue that could come in for our public schools, and we're already facing cuts from the state and have threats of funding decline nationally. And so if we have even more of that coming federally where we're going to have less funding, it will have devastating impacts on the community. And I was looking for the amount because it's on here. It would require about $10 billion annually in federal spending to fund that program for the Educational Choice for Children Act. And I would say that I think there's a lot of value in public education, and I understand private education is the choice for some folk, and it works better for their circumstances. But I do feel like this is a really tough one because of the horrible impacts it would have for public education, and we really need to keep our funding the best we can. So that's one thing that OSBA is working on. In my role with OSBA, for folk who don't know, I represent the Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties, all the school districts in our 3-county area, on the board for the Oregon School Board Association. So that's why I'm providing this update and sharing this with you all, as well as the impacts to the school meals, eligibility for school meals that could happen. And so if anybody's interested in learning more about how these would impact us locally, you're welcome to reach out to me as well anytime. And my information is on the webpage, my phone number and my email. So I will leave it at that because we have a lot of things to cover on the agenda tonight. And I know a lot of community members would like to share their voices as well. And so with that, I'm going to move on to Ryan for the superintendent's report.
All right, I just have a few updates that I wanted to share with you all tonight. The first one is that tomorrow I will be going to Salem to provide testimony in front of the Joint Ways and Means Committee related to the needs for Osborne Aquatic Center. And so that's been supported by Senator Gelser-Bluen and Representative Finger McDonald. And so Rick Gunther, who runs CAT, and myself will be there. We only get 2 minutes. And we will be there between 12 and 4, and at some point we'll have a chance to give testimony. But the feedback has been that if you're not present, then the odds of receiving any funding from the Joint Ways and Means Committee is not going to happen. So we're going to go and we're going to share what we need to share. But the real work is going to happen after that, and that is going to be the work of the community to talk about why Osborne's an important gem for our community, from the number of free lunches that we provide kids every summer. So we provide 125 breakfasts and 125 lunches every day over the summer at Osborne. It's our most widely used place. We know that we have thousands and thousands of swimmers that use Osborne as well. We know that it's important to have a pool for safety. Osborne makes sure that there's life jackets out in swim areas around our region. So we are going to go and continue to advocate for funding so we're able to repair Osborne. Having pools is not a luxury, it's a necessity when we think about safety of kids. And so that's really the stance we're taking as we go forward, that we will not know if we receive the funds till the end of the session. It's called the Christmas tree bill, and it's called that because there's winners and losers, and it's one of the last things they do before they leave at the end of the session. And some people feel really good about the outcome, and some people feel pretty crummy about it. And so that's just the way that it happens. So we have basically 8 weeks to continue to advocate. We have support coming in from actually all over. One of the things that I've shared with the board before is Osborne is not just a local pool. It is one of 2 pools in Oregon that are highly used because of the 50-meter aspect, the size of the deck, the number of bleachers that are there. And it's used by swimmers from Oregon, from Washington, from California, from Hawaii, and Idaho. So again, that is an area that we're going to continue to advocate in. And also the agreement that we've worked with the city to have over time, that they maintain the pool on our behalf, and we're the owners since it was built in the 70s. And so we have shared responsibility and also shared advocacy that's happening. So just wanted you to know that. So I'll be reaching out to all of you because we're going to need ongoing support. So far we've had support from swimming groups to OSAA, athletics, our OSBA support. So lots of different organizations who are helping us in that effort. A couple of events that are coming up that I wanted to highlight. The first one is the AP Art Student Portfolio Showcase, and that is going to be at CHS on May 21st, and it begins at 5 o'clock in the T-South building. Attendees will hear about students' creative processes as they share the guiding questions and conceptual frameworks that inform their work. So an opportunity to go see some incredible artists. It's graduation season, so there's a number of graduations that we get to participate in. The first one is the Native graduation ceremony, and we'll make sure that Kim sends you all these dates, but that's on May 27th at 6. That's followed by our dual language immersion ceremony, and that's at CHS May 30th. So again, these are starting to come up pretty quickly. Wings, which is for our students 18 to 21-year-olds. So it's our 21-year-old students who are moving on from Wings, and that's going to be at CV this year at 6 o'clock. Our life skills graduation at CHS, that happens on June 5th at 10 a.m., so that's during the day. College Hill High School will have their graduation, and then the following night we'll have CV and Corvallis High School, and that's on June 6th. So again, lots of opportunities to celebrate the successes of our students, and again, just a way to celebrate the work that happens in our schools. Moving from graduations to summer school. So we're preparing for summer school. Again, the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation allows us to provide summer school. There was a notice on Oregon Live, there was talk about money coming for summer schools. That money does not come to Corvallis, and so we still rely on our foundation to help us to provide summer schools for students. So some of those programs are our Kindergarten Academy, credit recovery for our high school students, K-5 literacy, transition math camp from 5 to 6 and 8 to 9, and then also some other grants that were requested by staff that were supported by the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation. So we'll make sure to send you all a date and a time to go and visit and see what's happening in summer school. And again, I can't emphasize this enough, it would not happen in our community without the foundation's support.
Are you doing questions before you do the last one?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I have a question next one.
Okay. So go ahead and ask your question, because then I want to recognize our board reps.
That's why I was like, can I ask a question really quick about summer school? I don't think folk may not know why we're not receiving funding for the state for summer school. So I was just gonna see if you can just clarify that real quick.
Yeah, there's a prioritization process, and it's looking at things like percentages of families navigating poverty to academic outcomes, and those are all put into a formula to identify which districts receive those funds. There are a lot of little charter districts or charter schools that are in that list, but we were somewhere around 200 in the list of prioritization, and I know that the $30 million will not go that far, with some large districts well up ahead of us in that need.
Thank you. I just think that's helpful for folk to know. Thanks.
Yeah. Then the next thing I'm going to say is another thing to invite you to. And so we have had a long-range facilities planning group coming together. They have been looking at demographics. They've been looking at capacity of our schools, and they've also been looking at facility conditions. And so on May 28th from 6:30 to 7:30 at Linus Pauling, we're going to have an opportunity for community to come and do a gallery walk to look at the information that we've received thus far and ask some questions, because we will take that information, try to report back out, and then in addition to that, we'll be sharing that with the board at your August retreat. So another opportunity to give feedback as we move through that process. Now I want to go ahead and recognize our student representatives. So there's a lot of you here tonight, but our student representatives, some of them serve for 1 year, some of them serve for 2 years. But it is an opportunity for students to provide their perspective and voice in this space. It's also one of the things I really like, because I get to really know some of our students more deeply, because we spend quite a bit of time together. And so tonight I just want to recognize those of you who are here with a certificate. And then Kelly is here somewhere, and she'll take a picture of us, I'm thinking. Maybe she's in the backpack. All right. I'll come back to you. I'm sorry. Claire Williams. And I'm going to hand these over. Let's give them a round of applause. Harvick. Eileen, who's been with us for a couple of years. Got to come to the OSBA conference this winter and talk about what it's like to be a student representative, so thanks for doing that. Laura, year 1. Good on you too. Thank you so much. We're going to do a photo, so it will take just a second. You guys all want to come stand over there on that wall behind Judah?
Is Kelly back there? Oh, we're all in there? Okay, I was looking for Kelly too. We're all getting in there. Okay. For people online, we're taking a picture with our student representatives or who are watching later, because this is their last meeting for the year.
And sometimes they're a little bit boring, and you all continue to show up and help us out and give us your viewpoints. I really appreciate that.
Dr. Whitebear, could I have a point of order before we begin?
Yes.
Could we announce where the restrooms are and the water fountain is? I think we have a lot of people here tonight.
Yeah, the restrooms, thank you, Judah. For folk who don't know, are if you go out the door and you go to the left, there should be a sign on your left that shows you where the restrooms are. And so that's where they are. And there's a water fountain by, by them, right? Yeah, at the turn. Thanks. Does if there might be a couple extra chair, we can't take the ones for public comment.
No, but these two there and there's one there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
We can move these two. We're gonna move some chairs too for a couple more people. We just have to make sure we have like the safety walkway clear. There's a couple spots over here that Judah is creating, if anybody would like to sit there, and one on the other side that Melissa is creating. And while we're doing that, did any of the board want to say anything to the student reps?
Well,
I do.
thank you for, I know it's hard to come here in the evenings. You got homework to do. You have to get up early and go to school. Thank you so much for being here. And we so appreciate hearing your voice. It is so important to us. And I just think it's a gift that we have you here and really get to hear what you're doing and what's going on, but your concerns and how we can make things better. And I just have always really appreciated student voice. Should be number one.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Sammy.
Yeah, I just want to thank every and each school board students representative for their contributions. You've made this school board more informed and more deliberative and centering your voice and the students' voice. So really thank you sincerely for each one of you. Special shout out to Eileen for your contribution during the panel at OSBA alongside with two other students representatives. Thank you very much. It was really valuable for us to hear from you from across Oregon, and having your voice, you made us really proud. And also your participation earlier when the school board and community members were meeting to develop the school board goals. That was bottom up, and you participated and contributed to the conversations and forming those goals that we are following in our budget and we are following in our policies prioritization. So to all of you, thank you. And please spread the word out for future student representatives about your experience. How can it be better? And looking forward to see you alongside of us as elected board members in this community, if you decide to stay, or in any other community you decide to call home.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Judah.
I just want to pass along what everybody has said. It's been truly an honor to get to know these incredible kids, young people, enterprising young people. I see more enterprising young people out here tonight, and I'm sure many parents here have some at home, and every school selects their representatives differently. And so if they have an opportunity to participate, just everybody know that they are truly a valued member of this team.
Anybody else? No good. Okay, I just want really quick. I wanted to say thank you as well to you all. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but I did want to say I do thank you. I always say don't just bring the updates, but bring things you think we should be working on better and concerns. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And I did want to point out that Eileen's panel that she was on was not just like a conference session. It was in front of the entire conference at the Oregon School Board Association. So that school districts from all over Oregon got to hear students from our district along with other students speak. So I think that's really awesome. So thank you for that. And again, thank you for bringing your voices throughout the year.
Just one more thing, and then I'll be done with my SUPS report. I've been thinking a lot about this week and how this week represents teacher appreciation, and how teacher appreciation comes in May. And it comes in May at a time when folks are usually feeling pretty tired, pretty down, and especially in times like this where we're having to make really hard decisions and that affect people directly. And so I just want to say, as authentically as I can, that I do appreciate the work that all of you do. I am proud to be in our schools seeing the things that are happening for our kids. And just making decisions that are hard is more than difficult. And I just, again, with my heart, I do appreciate all the work that you do day in and day out for students. And as our students are here tonight, advocating for some of you, that's a really powerful thing. And oftentimes we don't hear those things often enough, and it's a hard time for that to happen, and a hard way for that to happen. But I know that I'm going to be getting lots of public testimony on behalf of many of you. And I want to also know that I'm listening to that public testimony, but I am also seeing it as an honor to the work that you're doing. Because again, what you do matters a ton. And again, what's happening in our schools can't be over highlighted, because there's excellent educators in this community. There are things that are happening in our schools day in and day out, and I think our community should be really proud of those things. So thank you for all you do.
Thanks, Ryan, for your report. The next item on the agenda, and for those words to the teachers, thank you, is the student representatives report. So I don't know who wants to go first. I'm going to mute and y'all can decide, because these are your all's reports.
The urban farm students are enjoying the transition into spring, and their first farm stand is this Friday morning. This will continue throughout the summer and into the fall. Students will be selling farm fresh eggs, produce, fresh vegetables, hanging baskets, and even some prepared items like jam and pesto. Come out and enjoy all the delicious treats and support Corvallis students. The annual College Hill Film Festival will be next week, May 13th at 7 p.m. in the CHS Theater. You can come and hear the young filmmakers share their stories of hope, resilience, family, beauty, and strength. It will be an inspirational time and will showcase what incredible storytellers our students are. The College Hill Yearbook was just completed and is now at the printers. It's a beautiful representation of the incredible work at our school this year. We want to thank the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation for helping us get that started last year. And we want to thank Jenny Smith for working with our students to build something truly incredible. Our fundraisers to lower the cost of yearbooks and make them more accessible to all of our students have been successful so far. And we're currently holding a coin war fundraiser until the end of May, in which the losing staff will have an ice bucket dumped over their head. This is going well, with our staff drumming up some friendly competition.
All right. We have some new academy courses to be offered at College Hill in the fall. Our students will have the opportunity to take 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional art, as well as peace literacy. For the first time, College Hill will have a certified art teacher teaching our students about design, creativity, and expressing themselves through art. This is such a foundational need that we have as humans, and we're eager to see all that our students accomplish. In addition, College Hill, in a partnership with Peace Literacy Institute, will be offering peace literacy as a course option for our students. In this course, our students will discuss interpersonal communication, conflict resolution, and how we interact with the world around us. Peace literacy empowers us to protect the survival of our relationships, families, communities, nations, and the world by equipping us with the skills needed to build strong communities, confront root causes of problems, navigate struggle and uncertainty, use technology with discernment, create peace that is resilient and sustainable, and thrive as human beings. Our world needs peace literacy now more than ever.
First of all, we had the blood drive on April 25th, which was a huge success and lots of people donated blood. Planning for a drive-in movie has begun, which is very exciting. Prom is set to go for next weekend on May 17th at the Research Stadium Toyota Club. Spring sports like track and field are still going strong and set to wrap up in the next few weeks. And those are the announcements that I have. Thank you.
Us as representatives from CV, we have a different report today. So we have a resolution that passed our core council, and so I'll read that out to the school board now. Dear members of the Corvallis School Board, we, the elected representatives of Crescent Valley High School's core council, write to formally request the immediate resumption of the boundary adjustment process that began in 2019 and was halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. For years, Crescent Valley High School has faced declining enrollment, not because of a lack of interest from students and families, but because district boundaries have remained unchanged despite significant growth and demographic shifts within Corvallis. This inaction artificially suppressed CVHS's enrollment, putting our school at risk and threatening the programs, opportunities, and the sense of community that define Crescent Valley. The school district recognized the need for a boundary adjustment in 2019 when it initiated this process. It is now time to finish what was started. The failure to address this issue has directly impacted student opportunities, weakened school programs, and put unnecessary strain on both CVHS and CHS. We urge the board to take immediate actions to resume and complete the boundary adjustment process before irreversible harm is done to our school community. This is not just about the numbers, it's about opportunity, sustainability, and the future of Crescent Valley. Crescent Valley has been a pillar of academic excellence, extracurricular achievement, and student success for decades. We will not stand by and allow inaction to determine our school's fate. We ask the board to do what is right and prioritize students over short-term convenience. Our school depends on it. Sincerely, the Associated Student Body of Crescent Valley Core Council, comprised of the Associated Student Body President, Class Presidents, Equity Commissioner, Mental Health Commissioner, Sustainability Coordinator, Junior and Senior School Board Representative, Social Media Coordinator, Publicity Coordinator, Spirit Commissioner, Secretary, Treasurer, Technical Coordinator, and Athletic Coordinator. And apart from that, the captains of the Crescent Valley football team, girls and boys soccer team, volleyball team, cheerleading team, track and field team, girls and boys basketball team, girls and boys swim team, girls tennis team, girls golf team, boys golf team, baseball team, and wrestling team. Thank you.
Bob, are you going to email that to us so we can have it later? Okay. If you do board at Corvallis, that one will go to all of us at the same time. Thank you all for your reports, and thank you for bringing the resolution through your report for you all. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I know we have, right? That's, yeah. Oh, Trace threw me off for a second. I know we have several comment cards, and while we're getting that set up, and before I read the formal script, I want to let folk know that public comment is not a place where the board can engage in conversation and answer questions. I just want to make sure you all knew that process. It's one of the harder parts of being on the board is hearing you all's voices and not being able to engage in conversation at that time. If you do want to engage in conversation with us, I would encourage you to reach out to board members to do that. We are going to hear your voices this evening as well. And if I'm going to read the thing here in a little bit too, but if you are here speaking on behalf of perhaps a staff member for privacy of them, please don't say their name. You can say their position, but that's just a request for privacy of who they are, and it's not to try to silence you. But if you want to say their position, that works too. So I just want to make sure that that was clear. And when I'm reading this, I'll be pointing to the little timer. There's a lot of you that are in the hallway that may not be able to see where I'm pointing at. So there's a timer in the middle, basically, if you're back there and you're providing testimony. Okay, we'll now open. Yes.
If staff have given their permission for their name to be used and it's in writing, are we allowed to use their name?
I believe so. Yes. If you have their permission, yes. Okay, that's the question for folk who are online was if staff have given their permission in writing to say their name. and that should work. So thank you for clarifying, because that's a really important point. Appreciate that. Yes. Okay. We will now open public comment period. We value the lived experiences of students, families, staff, and the community, and welcome public comment as an essential part of the district and board's work. The complete guidelines for public comment are available at the registration table outside the boardroom entrance and on the board's website. I will now share some important points. When it is your turn to speak, please come forward and take a seat and direct your comments to the board. And there's a couple different spots up here. Speakers may provide objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints about individual district personnel. As a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to make your comments. I will alert you when you have 30 seconds, and I will tell you right now, the timer right here, I wave at you because I don't want to interrupt your time by me having you pause. It turns yellow on the board. It starts, or at the table, it starts green. Yellow is 30 seconds, and then when it's red, your time's up. When your time is up, I do have to ask you to stop talking. After your comments, the board will have 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions, but cannot engage in conversation. If board members wish to revisit a topic or issue raised during public comment, they may do so at the appropriate time in the agenda. Before stating your comments, please state your name for the record and indicate whether you reside within the school district boundaries. And Kim will start calling people up. So, thank you. Oh, you have to turn on the mic too. That's a really important detail. When this turns red, the mic's it's on. There's a little button with a person on the front of the thing. Can you start her time over, Kim? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Miriam Becerra. I'm an 8th grader at Linus Pauling, and I've attended school in the Corvallis School District since kindergarten. And one of my parents currently has a position as a teacher. I understand that it is a very stressful time for students, parents, teachers, and admin, but not only students are facing inequities, so are teachers and DAs. But what I do not understand is the obvious inequality between the salary of admins, especially those at the highest level, versus teachers and educational assistants. While we are facing these budget cuts, I find it strange that the difference between the highest earning admins and an average teacher salary, and it's even worse for educational assistants. Many educators that I know and value have now been put out of a job, including one of my favorite teachers at LPMS. So please help me understand why it's fit to lay off so many educators, while also keeping administrator salaries so high, as well as the number of admins. I know I speak for a lot of my peers about the hurt these layoffs are causing at our schools, and I hope we're keeping as many teachers as possible. And that's all. I had questions, but I don't think I can ask them now. So.
I mean, you can state them, but we can't answer them. That's unless you would rather email us later.
That's okay. I can state them. A question I have for the board is, what cuts are being made for admins at the district level, and how does cutting this many teachers benefit the school district other than financially? Thank you very much.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you, Miriam.
Amanda Cordes. I am a parent in the district, and I also reside within the 509J boundary. I went back and forth for a long time as to whether or not I was even going to make a comment today. And I couldn't figure out why I was so conflicted until I realized it was because I didn't believe it would matter. I no longer believe that the school district cares what we think. Sure, they hosted a budget feedback survey, which sounds great, and 443 people responded, which is amazing. But am I expected to believe that the district fully reviewed those 443 responses between March 31st, when the survey closed, and April 10th, when the staff reductions were communicated? Maybe, but if that's the case, why weren't the survey results published until April 25th? Presumably, if you're using those results to guide your decision making, they would be available at the time the decisions are made. And then the cuts themselves are almost completely opposite of what the community identified as priorities. The community said, elementary enrichment is really important to us. The district says, cool, we're gonna cut elementary music like we did art and library last year. And then the first place I learn about the changes that will negatively affect my child's day-to-day is from a paywalled Gazette-Times article. How is that acceptable? The district didn't send out their own communication until days after the article was published. Corvallis is a town that values education. People always vote the levy. They donate generously to the Corvallis Schools Foundation to support our students even further. I cannot understand why the district persists in ignoring their stakeholders. I am here to ask the district and to ask the board as my elected representation to ensure this. I ask the district to meaningfully engage with their stakeholders in a genuine manner and not in whatever this current check the box exercise is. Thank you.
Does anybody, I'll wait to, does anybody have any questions? Thank you, Amanda, for your time.
Hi, Rich Carter. I am a parent and longtime resident of Corvallis. As we enter the month of May, graduation season will soon be upon us. This year is bittersweet. It'll likely be the peak number of graduates high school nationally, if you don't know. Over the past several decades, U.S. education has benefited from a fairly increasing number of students. K-12 systems and universities around the country will now have to adapt to meet the moment caused by the new reality of declining enrollment for the next 2 decades, about 13% over the next 20 years, if you don't know. As a parent, professor, and small business owner, I am deeply passionate about the role of education in society. Recently, a brave student, Alex Goff, that I'd never met, shined a light on the Corvallis School District with the best of intentions to try and ensure the district we all depend on meets the moment. His article and an informative, vibrant conversation with a local school board member catalyzed me to dig deeper. Why do I hear from my own kids, neighbors, colleagues, and friends of the frustration with CSD, particularly around the balance between the rigor made available to high-achieving students and the moral obligations to ensure every student graduates? There's reason for hope and optimism. CSD performs well on most common metrics. I specifically compared Medford, Tigard, Tualatin, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis together. CSD graduation rates at 87% compare well to our peers. There's been concerns raised about salaries, particularly around the long-term superintendent Ryan Noss. Data shows that he's fairly compensated as compared to his peers at similar school districts around the state. There's been discussion of the challenging housing prices in Corvallis, which are of course true. However, Corvallis is not significantly out of line compared to other desirable college towns such as Bozeman and Bellingham. One set of figures, however, really stands out. The vast difference in college readiness scores for CSD, which averaged 39.6 versus Tigard, Tualatin at 71, despite having residents, similar levels of residents with college degrees. If you don't know, Corvallis has about 61%, Tigard, Tualatin's between 45 and 50. These figures are at the heart of where CSD needs to rebalance. Many parents are looking for CSD to provide opportunities for high-achieving students to reach their full potential, which likely includes attending college. If CSD cannot provide for them, we will lose them to private schools, and that will only hurt CSD more. Please note, college is not the only career path for students. It is equally important to prepare students for rewarding professions that do not require a college degree. The richness of our society benefits from the wide cross-section of options. This need is re-focused and is also shown in the recent data from CSD's what's called FTA comparison document, where you'll notice that math academic success is 43% compared to the average of 34, and the highest comparator is 62. This moderate performance aligns with our college readiness score and requires additional focus. Furthermore, the announced 17 teacher staffing cuts plus part-time reductions.
Rich, I have to interrupt you. Sorry, your time.
Can I finish my sentence if you don't mind?
Yes.
Thank you. when overweight with administrative and FTE accounts, which is now 128 versus 155. We have way more administrators than our comparators, even though we have more revenue compared to others. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Does anybody have any? Does anybody have any questions? I had one question.
Sure.
Where did you get the percentages for college readiness?
It's pulled from U.S. News and World Report. If you look in my report that I submitted, I have every single data point documented.
Thank you. I was just asking for folk who didn't know, who didn't get the email, who are in the audience, so they know where to look to. Thank you so much for your time, Rich.
Hello, my name is Bastian Sorensen, and I'm a student at Crescent Valley High School. You'll be hearing from me again soon on this topic, but I wanted to take this opportunity to remind the room of everything that the music programs in our schools do for our students. I want to begin by highlighting the community that music programs foster in schools, from elementary all the way to high school. Students make deep connections with their teachers and their peers in musical environments simply by the virtue of what making music together requires of an ensemble and its members. These peers will become lifelong friends, and these teachers become students' trusted adults. This is only possible, however, through the presence of long-term teachers who are passionate and committed to their students and their positions. It also cannot be understated what a flourishing music program adds to every aspect of its school. Pep band makes all the difference in uplifting the players and the fans at sporting events and brings out the school spirit at school assemblies. Music classes teach confidence, work ethic, and other such life skills, and encourage building community. Music students themselves are proven to be better students even. Just last year, the Crescent Valley High School Wind Ensemble was recognized for having among the highest cumulative GPAs in the state. The best ensembles will bring back awards like that from competitions, as many ensembles in this district historically have. With your support, we can go in that direction once again. Really, music programs are no different from any sport program or otherwise. The very same camaraderie and unity can be found in both. For me and countless of my peers, music is the way forward in our lives, the way to college, the way to jobs, the way to connect with our communities. For many, music is a career, a living. But getting to that point requires a strong formative program, especially at the elementary level and middle school level. Though I may be graduating and moving on this year, in light of the current financial hardships and the reductionary approach being taken to our school music programs, I sincerely hope that music continues to be everything I've mentioned and more for future classes, and I implore you all not to forget the profound impact music has in our schools. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Bastian.
Matthew Bowman.
Hello there, my name is Matthew Bowman. I am a student at CVHS. Basically, I also wanted to talk about the importance of the music program, especially starting off at the elementary level. If I had not had a foundation within music at an elementary level multiple times a week, then I probably would not have been able to pursue music in middle school and high school, such as in band. Once within the high school band, I met some of my closest friends and have really just gotten to enjoy the camaraderie of the school, which I would have most likely avoided if not for the community of band. Having a good relationship with band directors and teachers is really what makes classes enjoyable and helps people succeed. I have noticed that in the classes that I have a better relationship with the teacher in, I usually succeed a lot better and have a higher grade, just from enjoying being in the class. A good example is in my band class. My director is an amazing teacher who supports students, encourages them to improve, and really pushes them to meet what their potential truly is, such as I have gone for different camps and clinics, and there's even a trip in the summer of 2026, which will be a full tour across Europe, which I would never be able to go to or achieve without encouragement from amazing teachers on all levels. Yeah. That's about all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Oh, just a second. Is there any questions? Thank you, Matthew.
Hello, my name is Mars Ruse. I'm a student at Crescent Valley High School. For a little bit of background, I moved here from Southern California in 10th grade, and my parents were incredibly nervous. Part of that is because I come from an incredibly small community. My high school in California was only 40 people per grade, and this had some downsides, but one major upside was that it gave us big connections between staff members and students, and opportunities for foundational programs such as music. I had an incredible music foundation at those schools, and that was primarily in elementary education. Now, in middle school and high school, I was not able to do music purely because of the size of my school. That being said, I am in band here now, and I would not be able to do band here now if it wasn't for the absolute privilege of music education that I had in elementary school. Music is also a safe space for me. I would not feel safe in some of my schools if it wasn't for music education and the friends that I have made in those spaces, in addition to theater and many other extracurriculars. In addition, it's very, very much so the teachers who make me feel safe. I was being heavily bullied in 10th grade and 11th grade, and music educators were a safe space for me to share that I was being bullied, and that those music educators helped me significantly. This is also happening across different subjects, not just in music. I shared a poem with one of my English teachers, and it was quite concerning. It involved heavy discussion of mental health, and he emailed me back asking, "Are you okay?" And that sparked me to find a therapist and discuss my mental health further. I have also had a history teacher who helped with preventing me from spiraling, helped me recover from panic attacks, helped me with a potential eating disorder, and led me to create goals for the future that I would not have created on my own without teacher support. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Mars.
Amanda Buchanan. Good evening. My name is Amanda Buchanan. I'm a CSD employee. However, tonight I'm here as a parent. I have two sons who have been students. Sorry. I have two sons who have been students in this district since 2014. They are now a junior and a sophomore at Corvallis High School. I've been hearing a lot about falling enrollment and the narrative that this is an issue rooted in low birth rates and housing shortages. So I just wanted to come tonight to give you another perspective that feels timely as my older son will soon join the ranks of those leaving the district for reasons having nothing to do with housing or birth rates. My son Quay is autistic, and this is a fact that we embrace and support. Quay has lived in what feels like a middle space all of his life. He's capable academically with supports and thoughtful pacing, while also having deep struggles with functional daily living skills and adaptive skills. Starting at the transition meeting in 8th grade and continuing into 9th grade, we designed a 5-year graduation plan for Quay supported by his IEP team. This enabled him to pace out his core classes in a way that he could handle, while also leaving time for meaningful transition services that all students on IEPs are entitled to. It was a beautiful plan and a template for students who exist in this middle ground, a middle mostly inhabited by autistic students. We have followed this map for 3 years of high school. That is until suddenly CHS administrators told us this school year that there is a district policy that states if a student can mathematically graduate in 4 years, then they have to. So despite what Quay wants and needs, despite his long-standing IEP transition planning, despite his parents' input, his medical doctor's input, the district has told us that they are acting unilaterally in Quay's best interests. And so my son, who needs sensory breaks, movement breaks, study hall, adaptive PE, and low-key electives cushioning all of his core classes to make it through his day, is now being told that only the school understands what is best for him. And that will look like a schedule next year with more core classes than he's ever taken at once, no cushions between core classes, and no transition skill building. And they aren't budging, so he is leaving. So when we talk about the enrollment crisis, let's also talk about our 20% dropout rate for students on IEPs. And let's really talk about the way parents are treated in this district. We are systematically dismissed. We're not encouraged to build relationships with our schools. We're not treated as members of our own children's IEP teams. And when we think about why students are leaving, and there are many reasons, please consider the way this district has treated Quay, a student with a disability who simply asked for an extra year to graduate. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you, Amanda.
Bueller. Okay. My name is Krista Schmieder, and I am a CSD graduate, and I have 2 kids at LP, and I am a teacher at Corvallis High School, and I'm also the union president. There are a lot of people here tonight on behalf of CEA, and they will be saying some staff names, but all the staff names that we'll be sharing have been cleared by those people that we can share them. My fears in celebrating these amazing people tonight that were affected by the FTE reductions in our district is that this will be the last time I get to do something meaningful for them as a union member because they get hired by other districts and we don't get an opportunity to hire them back. And then my second fear is that I'm going to miss someone and leave them out. And so if I do miss someone, I'm just saying into the ether, like it was not on purpose. We do have some reps that weren't able to come tonight, and they'll be sending some public record of acknowledgement of their staff members to you as well. Tonight there's public comment recognizing 21 certified staff members that have been impacted. This does not include folks on temporary contracts whose positions will not continue. This doesn't include the 6 or so people that are impacted by partial layoffs and now have to come up with a new financial plan with their family. And it doesn't include retirements. This is just the people who are laid off. My daughter has had amazing teachers here. Each of them has been an important co-parent to my kids during their growth, both academically and as good people. Lucas Peterson is the one I'm acknowledging, and he is one of those teachers. He's one of my daughter's favorite teachers, and so I just asked her to write something, and of course she said something totally mini-me, and so I'm kind of embarrassed to read it, but here we go. She said, "He is a great teacher. He helps all the kids, even the ones I don't think he should help because they are pretending to be lazy or actually being rude." And she probably said it like actually being rude. He cares really deeply about his students, like really all of them. He makes you think and write and suggests the perfect book every time. She said, "I'm also really sad that he doesn't have a job because he's having a baby. Babies are expensive, and I wanted to babysit for him."
Please tell him that I hope he comes back soon, except to CHS, because then I can take his class again. I would also like to point out that he's doing his part to bring a mini human into his family unit and try to increase our enrollment. And so I know he has a 27-month job rights window, and I hope we can get him back so that someday I can have his kids in my class and return the favor. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Did you? Oh, thank you, Krista. I thought Judah had one.
Members of the board, I'm Satiana Contreras and this is Ellie Fitz. I'm a 7th grader and she's an 8th grader at Sheldon Middle School.
Our current orchestra teacher has helped us thrive and grow. Both of us have made it to All-State Orchestra this year, and thanks to our orchestra teachers, inspiration and encouragement.
By shrinking our music programs, you're shrinking our souls. Music helps the bland spaces explode with color and life. A part of our hearts travels to yours through every performance.
If it is okay, we would like to play a short piece for you. I will grab an instrument. Please hold.
I'm going to do a point of chair privilege to expand their time to allow for their song demo. Thank you.
If you want to record from the front, you can come up. Okay.
Kim, can you make sure that mic's turned on? Did anybody have any questions for them? I have to ask. It's part of the process. I see Judah Rose's hand, so.
I do have my hand raised. And
can you all, one of you all come back up here to answer? Thank you. Do you have a question, sir?
And just to preface, board members are not allowed to make comments, but audience members are later. Could you share with us, please, the name of the piece?
Gauntlet.
Thank you.
That was Teresa's question as well. Thank you both very much.
Hi, my name is Naomi Hartman, and I teach music at Lincoln Elementary. I would like to read some words of appreciation about 3 of the 4 music teachers that we are losing to this year's budget cuts. Andrew Zeiler, band at Corvallis High School. Andrew has already made a big impact on our students and music scene. You might not be able to tell he is a new teacher with the way he engages his students, even getting them to show up in the wee hours of the morning for the dreaded 0 period. Getting kids to come in that early takes a special person. He graduated from University of Oregon and was very excited to have a long career with CSD and CHS. When he was asked if there was anything he wished the school district and community knew about him, his only concern was about the students. More than anything, he wanted us to know what the program needs is stability and consistency. Some of these kids will be experiencing their 3rd band director, and he was concerned way more with their love of music and their education than himself and his livelihood. I hope we get to see him again in our classrooms soon, before someone else seizes this opportunity. Marissa Schwartzman, Franklin Elementary Music. Marissa has been teaching music to elementary students at Franklin for the past 7 years. She is passionate about music and deeply caring towards her students. I have known Marissa as a supportive colleague and friend during her time teaching in Corvallis School District. During our music teacher PLCs, she always has a fun and educational music lesson to share. As a team, we have depended on Marissa especially for her expertise in teaching music to the youngest grade levels. She brings with her a special touch when it comes to early childhood music education, and she has a talent for bringing even advanced instruments such as the ukulele to our youngest students. In addition to teaching elementary music at Franklin, Marissa has been our most sought-after music sub. Whenever she covers my classes, I get rave reviews from my students. Her students at Franklin will miss her, and we hope that she will continue to be a guest music teacher in our district, bringing the joy of music with her own special touch to our students whenever possible. Jenna Wells, choir, Sheldon Middle School. Jenna Wells took over the choir program at Sheldon Middle School after last year's cuts reduced the number of choir classes and the previous choir teacher found a new position in a different district. Her passion for music in general, choir in particular, and especially equity in music education is obvious from the start. She wants all students to have the opportunity to find their voice. Some of Jenna's favorite moments have been working on something challenging with her middle schoolers and watching them succeed. For example, when they work hard to sing a chord and it finally comes out just right, which is a moment of celebration for everyone. She enjoys making music with her students using bodies, minds, and teamwork. Choir is not just a musical experience. It is also about supporting each other through our difficulties and gaining confidence in our own voices.
Naomi, your time ran out. You just wait a second. Do you all have any questions? Good, Judah.
Naomi, would it be possible to finish reading that and the remaining?
Yep. I have 4 more words. Jenna will be missed. Thank you.
Was there any other questions? Thank you, Naomi.
Hello, I'm Dao I'm both a parent and a CSD staff member and music teacher in the district. I'm sharing with you an open letter on behalf of the music teachers of Corvallis. We, the music teachers of Corvallis District, have been very concerned about the proposed changes to music for the coming year. While we understand that FTE was going to be reduced because of lower student enrollment, we disagree with the decision for elementary music to go from 30 minutes twice a week to 45 minutes once a week. Students will be losing out in multiple ways with this change. The time in music will be reduced from 60 minutes to 45, and with less frequent music classes, information and skills will not be retained as well. K-5 music teachers will also be split between 2 schools and manage upwards of 700 to 800 students, which will limit our capacity to build strong relationships, differentiate instruction, provide concerts, and continue extracurricular programs such as elementary choir, mariachi, baile folklorico, and marimba. We are also looking at losing about 33 years of teachers' relationships. I want to say that again, 33 years, okay, by moving students, teachers around because to the respective schools because of moves and layoffs. And I just want to reiterate, just all those kids who testified, those are the relationships you are impacting. This is also an equity issue when music instruction in public schools is reduced. Families who can afford music for their children outside of the school day will do so. And students who do not have access to music outside of schools are the ones who will lose opportunities. The effect will be further multiplied as the students who access extracurricular music are going to be more successful in these secondary music programs like band, choir, mariachi, and orchestra, while those who do not will fall even further behind. Going to once a week is a huge step backwards for the Corvallis School District. Approximately 20 years ago, students had music once a week, and teachers were split between 2 and even 3 schools. Corvallis has had music twice a week since the levy was passed around 2006. Voters have consistently renewed the levy every 5 years because Corvallis families value strong public schools that include art music education for all students. Reducing music may reduce the likelihood that Corvallis residents will pass the levy if these reductions continue. And lastly, I just want to say that music, along with art and PE and library, are what makes school engaging. And if you ask kids what their favorite subject is, you know, those are the things that rise to the top. And if
Diana,
Corvallis...
That's your time, I'm sorry.
Okay, you kind of just finished just that sentence. Corvallis, if they want to keep students engaged and attending, you need to keep your most engaging subjects.
Is there any questions from anyone? Thank you, Daya.
Whoops. Am I good? Okay. Hi, my name is Dr. Melissa Bird, and I'm a mom with kids in the district. I'm also a social worker with over 25 years of experience helping people navigate grief and loss. I'm here today to ask you to consider adding suicide prevention to policy JFCF, hazing, harassment, intimidation, bullying, cyberbullying, teen dating violence, and family violence. I and my family have lost family members and friends to suicide. Suggesting that someone should commit suicide is becoming an increasingly common tactic that bullies use with their victims, especially online. Adding language in the definitions section about suggesting that someone should commit suicide could help save lives by letting victims and perpetrators know that such language is deeply harmful and unacceptable. Additionally, including suicide prevention under the training and education section of the policy would also prove useful for students and staff. I know that suicide is a difficult conversation, and yet it's impacting so many of us every single day. Thank you for always being so responsive when I have emailed the board to express my views, and for considering this important issue for our staff and students. Thank you.
Sammy has
Question?
a question. Yeah, go ahead, Sammy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bird, for the comments, and I do have a question. The Corvallis School Board has a policy JHH, student suicide prevention, and you referenced another policy that the board actually revised recently, JFCF, and your reference in JFCF, or your suggestion, is related to defining that mentions of suicide might under the umbrella of bullying and hazing. Is that what's the scope that you're proposing for that policy?
Yes, I'm proposing that I'm familiar with the suicide prevention policy that the board already has, and I'm suggesting that it would help to improve student and staff experience and ability to deal with particularly cyberbullying if suicide prevention was included somewhere in JFCF.
Thank you. And if I have a follow-up question, so you're proposing also to expand suicide prevention to be inclusive of both staff and students, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Bird.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jackie Moses. I'm a music teacher at Bessie Coleman Elementary and also a parent of a kindergartner at Garfield. I'm reading today a statement as a CE member of some teachers who were laid off because of reductions, and also just want to say, as a music teacher, this affects all of us who see all the kids in our buildings every day. And so I'm reading about 2 teachers at KJH, Catherine Jones Harrison, who are gone because of the reductions in music. I am 0.5 next year at Bessie Coleman and 0.3 at KJH, so that would be over 700 students for me. KJH will feel a little less bright with Irene French, our remarkable second grade teacher. Even in her short time at KJH, Irene has been someone who the staff deeply admire and will be dearly missed. She embodies flexibility, builds incredible relationships with her students, and approaches every child with an authentic, asset-based mindset, seeing their strengths first. Irene's natural optimism and humility have made her invaluable as a member of our staff. Her classroom was a special place, a perfect balance of providing students with emotional support while maintaining high academic expectations. Irene is a true warm demander. It's hard to believe Irene was only in her second year of teaching. Her natural talent and high caliber teaching skills made her seem far more experienced, a testament to her innate abilities. The loss of Irene to our students, our teachers, and our entire staff is significant. We wholeheartedly wish her to be the best in her future and her future teaching career. But without a doubt, whatever school is fortunate enough to welcome Irene will be gaining not just a teacher, but a rising star in education. Staff at KJH also know and love Gus Stober, a teacher whose dedication is as bright as his smile. Gus led our life skills classroom, a role that uniquely blends opportunity with challenge. He facilitated the learning of students with significant developmental disabilities while also guiding a team of support staff. What Gus is most proud of is the incredible growth he's witnessed in his students, in the empathy, resiliency, and sense of belonging. True life skills that will pave the way for their success. A firm believer that every child can, Gus beams with pride at the reading progress his students have achieved this school year. We want to extend our deepest gratitude for Gus's flexibility, his wholehearted commitment to the leading of our life skills classroom. And I just want you to say those skills are continued in many of our teachers. Setting up instruments is one of those skills that teachers, we do that. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Thank you, Jackie. Just 1 second, Kim. How many more do we have? 7. Okay. So we're like we're hitting towards the end of our time. So I wanted to make sure that the board, we're going to extend public comment if that's okay with everyone. Yes, because we want to make sure. Yeah, I was going to say that too. I just want to make sure that it was on the record that we're extending the time is all, but because we want to hear from y'all.
Do we need unanimous consent on the record?
Okay. No. And it is also past 8 p.m. and that's the time where student reps are, unless you wanted to stay, which of course you're always welcome to stay. But if you need to go do homework and everything, we understand. So we need to take a moment to excuse the student reps that do need to go study since it's past 8. But you can go ahead and get the next person queued up.
Casey Furley.
Hi everyone, I'm Casey Purley. I'm a teacher at Crescent Valley and also resident of Corvallis. I'm here today on behalf of CEA to celebrate Daniel Mikula. Daniel Mikula teaches literature at Crescent Valley High School. He's been a teacher who's made a real and lasting impact on our school since coming back post-COVID. In just a few short years, Daniel has become one of the most loved and respectable teachers on campus by literally everyone, student and staff alike. Daniel's classroom is a space where students feel seen, challenged, and supported. He sets kind but clear boundaries, always with the goal of helping students grow. He's not just a teacher, he's a mentor, a guide, and someone who genuinely cares about the journey high schoolers are on. Whether working with the students in credit recovery or those in AP and honors, Daniel has treated every learner with the same care and belief in their potential. All students, and we do truly mean all, come out of Daniel's class better for having been in it. The world is a better place because of the young people he's mentored, and our school has been lucky to have him. Daniel and his bow ties will be missed more than words can express. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Casey.
Standing room out there.
There's a couple seats in here. If anybody, there's like 3 seats in here if people want to sit. 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Cool. I'm really good at this. Hello, my name is Amanda McBride. I am an educator in the school district. I am a parent in the school district, and I am a renter in the school district. I am here on behalf of CEA members to celebrate Matthew Gradwall, Canton Leach, Peter Coons, and Angela Wendelowski at Linus Pauling Middle School. Matthew Gradwall is a CSD graduate with a passion for giving back to his community and serving others. He volunteers for so many extra opportunities to support our students through tutoring and summer school and many co-curriculars like dances and movie nights. He truly believes in public school and the impact a great group of adults can have on our kids. He has taught math at Corvallis High School and currently teaches at Linus Pauling Middle School. You might recognize him from one of his many Spider-Man accessories. He never takes the great power and responsibility of teaching for granted. He hopes to return to CSD in the future and keep giving all of his students a heroic effort. Peter Coons is also a graduate of Corvallis High School in 2008. He worked as a substitute for a year prior to landing a job at Linus Pauling and has been teaching social studies for the last 6 years. He has been an incredible advocate for students and a huge support for his coworkers as he led professional development teaching offers to teach others how to use new platforms and systems through the pandemic and in our recent work with Canvas. Canton Leach is a true Renaissance educator. He started in CSD in December 2020. He has been a huge part of the 6th grade team at Linus Pauling this year with his patient and kind manner. He has an incredibly positive, can-do attitude, a wicked sense of humor, and is the master of dress-up days. Canton has been bumped around a ton in the past few years. He has taught social studies, math, a coding class, PE, AVID, health, 6th grade ELA at both Sheldon and Linus Pauling Middle School. He is the ultimate team player and does it all with grace, kindness, and plenty of humor. Angela Wendelowski has been an educator for 15 years and joined the Linus Pauling Pride in 2024. In that short period of time, she has worn many hats and lifted very heavy loads. All students have started their day listening to the morning announcements she has continued to create and has led our student leadership groups to lead school-wide events like assemblies, our recycling program, fundraisers, and the design and creation of the LPMS yearbook. Our leadership students are learning so much about community outreach and service. She also has a vast knowledge of supporting teachers and students with differentiation strategies as she's acted in the position of tag liaison. She also co-teaches a Pride advisory class and is a member of our alt ed team teaching a section of connections. And she is a member of the district assessment team. She has made many connections with so many students in the past year, and she will be greatly missed.
Amen. Was that your last one?
That was it.
Is there any questions? Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
My name's Curtis Peterson. I'm here to celebrate Andrea Nordahl, Shannon Rice, Salam Athalhabi, and Brian Weissman. Andrea was a teacher at Adams last year, and this year she has resided at Letitia Carson. She leads with her heart. Her love for children shines through. She has a calming tone and demeanor that puts students at ease. She holds high expectations for student learning and behavior. She is clear and kind with her words. And she's also a team player. She collaborates with her grade level teammates and staff. It's a great listener who contributes to the team. My other former colleague, Shannon Rice, also taught at Adams last year, and this year is the MTSS coordinator at Letitia Carson. Shannon is willing to jump in whenever and wherever help is needed. Her experience and knowledge helps fill in gaps, whether that be with student learning materials or professional development. She's a clear communicator and is the first to say, "I'm not sure, but I will find out." And she does. She has led many staff meetings and trainings. She is organized and prepared. She gives the team a fresh perspective and helps find solutions. Brian Weissman was a math teacher at Linus Pauling Middle School, and he's currently on paternity leave. Salam Al-Thalhabi was our only Arabic teacher in the district and was laid off because the funding for our grant expired. Our hope is that she'll return to the district in a way that feels meaningful to her, because she is wonderful with students and a kind, humble member of our community. And I really hope these 4 folks are brought back to our district soon. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you.
My name is Clara Fitz, and I'm a student at Crescent Valley High School, and I am zoned for the Central School District. My family moved here in the summer of 2023, and we made the ultimate decision to move to the Corvallis School District due to the rigor and the outstanding band program that they have, instead of going to Central High School. And this was because of arguments with the school board that they were having there, yet we're having the same ones here in the Corvallis School District, which was what we were trying to get away from. The Central School District has had constant budget cuts, and yet we're following their footsteps. And I've lived in Maryland and Nebraska, and neither of those school districts ever had any of those problems. They never had to make budget cuts, even after COVID. So why aren't we taking after those school districts and instead of following after Central School District? And for the band program, we have a wind ensemble that has been able to qualify for state for the past few years, and the middle schools have been able to create safe spaces. My sister, one of them, she's been able to go in the mornings, and now there's a whole group of them that go in because they see that it's a safe place for them to be. Yet by spreading the teachers so thin over the music programs, how are these kids supposed to connect with these teachers and have this safe place to go if they can't even interact with them or build these relationships with them? That's all I have to say.
Can I say something too? May I say something as well?
I think we have to do a separate or is it?
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
May I
we can,
add
we'll
on?
have her go. We can have her go next. It's okay. But, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. And a lot of these students, the band has to do a ton of fundraising on their own just to keep the program going, even though it's a class, it's elective that many people choose. And a lot of people can't afford these instruments. And it's very upsetting to see that they're cutting these funds for these students to be able to play.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Clara, for sharing your words.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment card in? Did you do a comment card?
No, I don't need to talk.
Okay, sorry.
Hello, my name is Catherine Berg, and I am a teacher at Mountain View Elementary School. I am here on behalf of the CEA to recognize two teachers who have been laid off at our school, PE teacher Dan Wolf and music teacher Zach Vineyard. During his single year with us at Mountain View, Dan Wolf quickly managed to make positive changes to our PE program. He brought structure, organization, knowledge, and a focus on teaching physical education standards to our students. Within our staff, Dan stands out as a positive, flexible, calm, understanding person and a true team player. He is open to feedback and strives to do his best every day to meet the needs of all students, making PE a place where every child can thrive, grow, and learn. I asked some of my students to comment about Mr. Wolf, and here are some things that they said. I love how he pushes us to our limits so I can accomplish things that I did not know that I could. Mr. Wolf is very helpful and keeps us active. I appreciate how he cares about me and helps us work through our problems. Dan hopes to continue his career in our school district, and I can confidently say that any school would be very lucky to have him. We are truly thankful to Dan for the short time that he spent with us at Mountain View, and we do wish he could have stayed with us much longer. Zach Vineyard has made an incredible impact during his 2 years at Mountain View. Our community will feel the loss deeply. In Zach's classroom, students are noticeably engaged in music, and they are eager to learn and explore. Zach's enthusiasm and passion for both children and his subject area is contagious. With his creative spirit, he makes music class fun, inviting, safe, and welcoming for all learners. In the words of some of my 5th grade students, he is the best music teacher we have ever had at this school because he is fun, patient, and he never gets mad. I really like his kindness. He always has a smile on his face, and he is very happy. I like how he makes music interesting and exciting. He is awesome. Zach is proud of the lively music programs that he brought to life at Mountain View. He loved working together with his students to create performances that brought families together in celebration and community. We are so thankful to Zach for the time he spent with us at Mountain View. We know he will continue to make a positive difference in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Thank you, Catherine.
Hi, my name is Jana Wells. This year, I'm the choir teacher at Sheldon Middle School. I also have 4 children who attend CV, Sheldon, and Mountain View. First, I want to add support for the elementary music program. Staying at twice a week and not being reduced to once a week. Our brains need frequency and repetition to learn any skill, and having those teachers stretched between 2 schools will significantly reduce the relationships and other music opportunities that those teachers can give. This will have long-lasting negative effects on every single student in the district. Second, I ask for a choir class to be offered again at CV High School. For the last 3 years, there have been 3 choir options held at CHS, 1 before school and 2 during school, but 0 at CV. While CV students can join these choirs, the barriers of transportation, feeling like they don't belong, and having choirs scheduled at the same time as required classes have made it so less and less students have been able to take choir. Third, I want to touch on an aspect of secondary music education that people might not know if they haven't been involved in it personally. That is, that whenever there is a transition in teachers in middle or high school ensembles, it is normal for there to be a dip in enrollment and a few years of adjustment, regardless of how good the new teacher is. This is because each of us, as teachers, teach differently, and some students who enjoy the program and work well with a certain teacher are hesitant to continue with a new person. Sheldon choirs have been through several transitions in the last few years. When I was hired last summer, I was hoping to give the program stability since I live in this community and I'm very committed to these programs. I naively didn't understand my temporary contract, and I didn't expect for the Sheldon choir program to be cut in half again and change teachers again this year. Going forward, I call on the board, district, and union to find a way to keep music teachers in their places as long as possible. If possible, don't make music teaching positions temporary. Give these programs a chance at stability. Also, please involve music teachers in any future district music decisions. Music, and especially group singing, has been part of every culture in human history, worldwide. Singing together regulates our minds and our bodies, builds relationships and connections, motivates, inspires, comforts, builds confidence, and helps us learn and remember information in any subject. School choirs and music classes are crucial for giving kids these opportunities. Again, I ask that we keep elementary music at twice a week, reintroduce a choir class at CV, and keep music teachers in their positions as long as possible to give programs stability. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Jenna.
It's already on. Fantastic. My name is Wayne Fitz. I am a parent of the 2 other Fitzes that were here before me, and I reside outside the school district. So you can start your timer now. We made the decision when we moved back to the area after my career in the Navy to send the kids down here to Crescent Valley. I grew up in the area. Crescent Valley had a reputation of being an awesome school. And I learned that, hey, we have this opportunity to get the kids enrolled there instead of at Central High School, which I did graduate from and was aware of its reputation at the time. And I'm still aware of its current reputation. So we made that choice of, yep, let's truck them down there. So every day we truck our kids down to CV and to Sheldon, both of which are right now great programs, great schools. So that's my backstory there. First off, I echo all the comments from the previous speakers here from the community. Everything that they brought up seems to be right in line with what I've got going here. The big part of this is, as you heard my daughter playing there, is the music education. Cutting back the time from elementary school all the way up, and then cutting back our teachers. It's doing a disservice for these kids. These are the people that we're going to be depending on later in life, and not preparing them for the future is doing ourselves a disservice. Ms. Hawkins, you brought up that we prepare our kids for college better than other places. That's today. Where is that going to be 5 years from now when we continue to cut programs? What are our class sizes doing? What are we doing with these kids' time? What are we doing with their time since we're cutting back on music and other programs? What are we filling that time with? Is it going to be like more science, more math? Are we going to create some rocket scientists coming out of this school district? I don't know what the plan is there. I'd like to see some clarity from that. We look at the budget cuts and a few things that came up. We're cutting all these teachers, yet we have a really top-heavy administration here. Why is that? Why are we not looking at cutting back on our administration staff instead of cutting back on teachers? We look at another thing that jumped out to me from my research on this was pay. A 4-star admiral in the Navy, or a ground pounder general, if you wish, they make less than our superintendent. These are people that make life and death decisions somewhat regularly. Some of them have, they're in control of some very important equipment, and they make less than our superintendent.
Wayne, I have to.
Yep.
Let's see if anybody has any questions.
Fire away.
Cindy.
Speechless.
So sorry, Wayne. We do have questions. We had to wait till everybody was done clapping.
Oh, fire away.
We do have a question. So.
Sure.
I was just going to ask if
yes.
you had, like, you want to finish your last statement, or do you have?
No, because it's kind of along the same lines. I talked about a 4-star general making less than our superintendent. I was going to mention that our executive assistant to the superintendent makes more than the commanding officer of an aircraft carrier, with 5,000 people on board, depending on them.
Thank you.
Just like to point something like that out.
Okay. Oh, there's a question online too.
No questions?
Go ahead, Sammy.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. I had two concluding remarks. So if that's the remarks, thank you. The second question is, usually the school board looks into comparator school districts and what's the market rate for superintendents in the area or similar districts. Have you looked into that as well?
The comparative salaries of other superintendents? I'm not following the question.
Correct. That's the question.
Well, actually, yeah, we were just looking at that online, and some of the numbers were actually even more disturbing. The Salem Kaiser School District superintendent, who has, I think, like 5 schools, high schools, makes a little bit more than our current superintendent. Tigard and Lake Oswego are the numbers that popped to mind. They make less than $200,000 a year. And I mean, that's Tigard and Lake Oswego. Those are huge metropolitan areas. And we're down here in what I belovedly call Cowtown. It's a term of endearment for me. I graduated here. And I'm just not seeing, I guess I'm not seeing the return on the investment there. And no fault of your own that you're making as much money as you are. But I guess my argument is how much our administration makes and how we continue to hold on to those people when the ones that are facing day-to-day interaction with the students in the trenches, some of them literally, we gloss over them, and when it comes time to cut a budget, we look at the most junior people and go, well, let's just take this list and those ones at the bottom go. It's a lack of accountability, I guess. And this is systemic in our education system, where we continue to hold on to teachers who are mediocre and they're tenured, so we hold on to them. But yet these great young people that come in and are full of energy and full of wisdom that they want to pass on and make an impact, and
Wayne,
oftentimes the kids
Wayne, that
are
was the
feeding
end
on
of
it.
the time.
Yes, ma'am?
We're at the time. I have to be equal on the time with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Your question period is done, but thank you so much
I
for...
get a time limit on my questions.
Everybody does, yes.
No,
I
that's
have
fantastic.
to keep it very equal for everyone.
Nope, thank
so
you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yep, thank you for your guys' time. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Jason Sievers. I'm a parent of a high schooler at Corvallis High School here in town. And first, I'd like to thank all of you as board members for your public service. Thank you very much for that. I would like to read a couple remarks about some of our teachers as well. But first, I just wanted to thank Chair Whitebear and Superintendent Noss for mentioning the art programs. Glad you went, and thank you for mentioning the AP program. My daughter just finished her AP project and submitted it this afternoon. So I highly value the arts, and art and music is really about the heart, right? And if we are trying to educate our whole students, when we cut music in the arts, it brings a special kind of heartache to our community and to our students. With that thought, I will say it's a privilege during Teacher Appreciation Week to acknowledge a couple of teachers. I'm doing this on behalf of art teacher Emily Thomas, who could not be here tonight. And full disclosure, she is my spouse. Emily writes, when I met Alana Volk and shared her interest in best practices in art education, I knew that she was going to be a rising star in the art education world. It takes a special kind of person to be a middle school art teacher and to love it. She connects deeply with her students and gets those who are not even interested in art to be passionate about the subject because she shares her passion, positive energy, and creativity. It is a shame that a rising star and a CSD grad has to be cut because these are the kinds of teachers we need to uphold and carry out the future of teaching. We would also like to celebrate Stephen Hoke and Emma Jacqueline. They were laid off last year and still have potential job rights here for the next year. Stephen has made an effort to stay engaged in his students' lives by attending the district-wide art show and volunteering to come in see former students on his personal days from Central School District. And the last thing I'll just say is that I know your jobs are hard and job cuts are tough. I'm a former teacher myself, no longer in the profession because of multiple years of budget cuts. So thank you for what you do, and just give an extra nod to the art and music, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Okay. We can't ask questions because he left. Okay. Just making sure everybody knew that was watching online why we're not asking questions.
Stephanie Bowman.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Bowman. I'm a parent and a longtime resident, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate all the work that you guys do, but this recent budget is not the first time that I've felt like, as a parent, you guys aren't listening to what we're saying. The fact that we had a survey was great, but then it seemed like you didn't listen to the answers we put on. And I know there's been other times where issues have come up and we weren't even given a chance to give a voice to our opinion. I'd really like to speak to the cuts in music, because music was a huge part of my kids' experience as well as my experience. when I was in school, as well as for my kids, that's where we found our people, where we found our friends. We had teachers who were so supportive of us. I know for my son, he was, as early as elementary school, really pulled out of his shell. He got to have all these great experiences by his elementary music teacher, getting up and performing in front of the whole school. Things that I don't think he would have done if he didn't have that experience, that teacher that was pushing him. And on into middle school and high school, he's had so much support, such good relationships with the music teachers especially. And I know for my daughter, as early as elementary school, she was feeling unsafe and bullied on the playground, but her music teacher gave her a place of safety, gave her a place where she could go hang out and feel like she was accepted, feel like she was safe. And that has continued through into middle school. Her music teacher gives her a safe space to go when she feels like there's hardly anywhere that she does feel safe in school. And I really appreciate all the work that they do. And like has been said, it's those long-term relationships that make such a huge impact in our kids' lives. And if you cut those programs, it's just making a huge, huge impact on kids that don't find other places to go, like sports or other things. For some kids, music is the space that they thrive. And so that really needs to be supported, especially through budget considerations. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Stephanie.
Get it pulled up here. I am writing as a deeply concerned parent of a student at Bessie Coleman Elementary to express my outrage and disappointment regarding the budget decisions that have resulted in the cutting of teaching positions and enrichment programs. These cuts directly undermine the quality of education and extracurricular opportunities available to our children, and I believe they are a disservice to the students, families, as well as our community. It is profoundly troubling that while essential programs and staffing are being reduced, the district continues to award substantial annual raises to administration. The superintendent received a pay increase of almost $80,000 since 2020. In the light of the ongoing budget cuts affecting frontline staff and programs, this raises serious questions about the district's priorities and the equitable distribution of resources. It is difficult to justify such increases when the very programs that directly benefit students are being sacrificed. Elementary arts programs are being cut, depriving students of essential opportunities to explore their creativity, develop cognitive skills, and enhance emotional well-being through music, visual arts, and performance. Furthermore, given the district's ongoing decline in enrollment, prudent and thoughtful resource allocation becomes even more critical. As fewer students attend our schools, maintaining a high-quality educational environment should be the top priority. Instead, these budget cuts threaten to further diminish the educational experience and could potentially accelerate the decline in enrollment, creating a vicious cycle that jeopardizes the district's long-term stability and success. Regular access to art and music education is vital for children's development. These programs foster creativity, enhance cognitive skills, improve emotional well-being, and promote social skills such as teamwork and communication. Numerous studies have shown that children involved in arts and music education perform better academically, develop greater confidence, and are more engaged learners. Cutting these programs deprives students of essential opportunities to explore their talents, express themselves, and develop skills that are crucial for their overall growth and future success. Our children deserve a well-rounded education that includes dedicated teachers and enriching programs. Reducing these vital components not only hampers their learning, but also sends a disheartening message that administrative priorities are misplaced, that they don't care. I strongly urge the district to reconsider these cuts and prioritize the needs of students and frontline educators. Transparent, equitable, and responsible budget decisions are essential to rebuild trust and ensure that our schools serve the best interests of our children. I also wanted to ask about the rainy day fund. It looks like there's close to $5.6 million available, and Bethel School District recently used
Stephanie,
their
your
rainy.
time's up. Or Catherine, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
In just 1 second, you also need to state your name and whether or not you reside in the district.
I do, yeah.
No, you actually need to state your name too.
My name is Catherine Dunn, and I reside in the district, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, just 1 second, because we need to see if we have questions for you too. Does anybody have any questions? All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that was our last comment, it sounds like. I did want to thank everybody for bringing your voices to the meeting this evening and for hanging in there. With that being said, the public comment period is now closed. I invite you to stay to hear our other business if you would like. We have some great presentations coming up. And we are going to take a short break for a few minutes as we transition to the next topic. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience, and we are back. The next item on the agenda is the Title VI Indian Education Grant application, and I know we have a presentation, so I'll welcome you all up.
Good evening to the board. Nice to see you. My name is Marcy Ann, and I'm the Multilingual Programs and Equity Coordinator.
And I'm Christy Jones, and I'm the Indian Parent Committee Chair for the Indian Education Grant through Corvallis School District.
Yes, and we're both really honored to be presenting for you tonight. We have some slides that we want to share with you, and it wouldn't be a presentation without pictures. And so tonight you'll see some pictures of some amazing events that have happened really because of the Indian Ed Grant. And so we'll provide you with some updates, provide you with some information that we've been doing, some great things that we've been doing this year, and then also end with some updates for next year. Okay? Sound good, Christy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as part of this grant, one of our goals is to strengthen the support for the unique culture, language, and educational needs for our current and future Native students. Last year, we had an amazing event. It was a Native community gathering where we were able to gather feedback from the community. And based on that feedback, that informed some of the events we did last year, as well as some of the events we did this year. This is year 2 of the grant, so we're really excited about the potentials for future years. And the objectives of the grant are to increase the academic achievement, knowledge of cultural identity and awareness of our Native students, as well as increase parent participation. Okay, all right. Yeah. Anything else you want to say?
I also want to further introduce myself. I do not live in the district. That was one of the things I remember other people saying. But I choose to have all 3 of my kids go to school in the district. And I'm also an alumni of the district as well. I graduated from Crescent Valley. I won't say what year. But I also won a state title for that school, so there's that. With hopes my kids are playing sports with some of y'all's grandkids. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but sorry. And tonight I wasn't able to make my daughter's baseball game, but she plays for the Corvallis Little League. So I just wanted to further introduce myself to let you know where I come from and how I'm here.
Yeah, great. All right. So this next picture set of pictures came from our November Native Community Gathering. And the purpose of that gathering was really to bring the Indian Parent Committee together as well as the community. We provided time and space for grant overview information, as well as just having time for folks to be together. It was led and organized by our Indian Parent Committee, and I know Christy will be talking a little bit more about that. It was a potluck style, and so folks were able to bring food, and we also had a local vendor provide a meal as well. So it was just a beautiful evening to come together and break bread together.
Yeah. We were able to hold it at the what is the place?
Community, or Corvallis Community Center.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, which is central in Corvallis, so it was very walkable for a lot of folks, or on the bus lines for other folks who couldn't make it with their own transportation too.
Yeah. That wasn't me, I promise. Oh, there we go. I don't know where the pictures are.
Are we still online? Yeah, we're still going.
Is it because it's 9 o'clock?
Maybe.
It's like the building shuts down.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
We
we're
can
excited.
continue and then.
Yeah.
For folk online, we're trying to get the picture back up.
Oh, there we go.
The
All right.
screen. Thank you.
One
There we
thing
go.
I'll say before I hand it back over to Christy, I'll never forget when we had this evening at the very end, we were just thinking about what activities we wanted to do next. And I remember some of the members of the Indian Parent Committee saying something, wanting to bring people back together for ribbon skirts and ribbon shirts. And so that dream came true. So this past April, we had our first ever ribbon, skirt, and shirt making workshop here in the Corvallis School District. And so I don't know if you want to talk about that, Christy.
Yes, so this is very impactful for our community. We held it at Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary. We felt that was also a central place in Corvallis that is easy for parents and families to get to, and also because of who it's named after. Every day I drop my daughter off at KJH and I see that beautiful Stephanie Little Bird tapestry that's hanging up. I'm really glad that my daughter gets to see part of her culture. Even though we're not from the same tribe, but it's part of Native culture. I'm glad that she gets to see that every single day. So we hadn't hosted an event at that space yet, and so I thought in the art room, it's a beautiful, nice, large space, why don't we try to host this ribbon, skirt, and shirt making event. We were able to bring in Sonia Moody Gerardo, who is a Siletz tribal member. She's award-winning with all of her arts and crafts and regalia making, and she's also a mom of one of the OSU students here as well. And she's also on an Indian Parent Committee through the Salem Kaiser School District. She's involved with their Indian Ed program. So we were able to get supplies, and as you can see, the students and their families were able to make ribbon skirts and shirts. Not everyone was able to finish because we had a wide range of people who had sewing abilities or who didn't have sewing abilities. We provided everything from materials and people who could sew, who could teach you to sew. We taught, my daughter sewed her own ribbon skirt, and she's in kindergarten, and we also had a grandma there who was learning how to sew. So there's a wide range, and it was just a great family gathering and just super impactful for our community. And I know in a couple slides that I'm going to talk about what a ribbon skirt is, actually.
Yeah, right here. This one right here.
Oh, yeah. So we already had it up there. I don't have to read it. So it's just part of our culture and just a symbol of our resilience. Some people wear it for ceremonial purposes. Some people wear it every day, just as everyday wear. I tend to wear mine when I have a speaking event or a presentation, just to be able to dress fancy and just be able to show my culture. And it was really awesome seeing the youth and the parents finish their projects, because once someone would finish, everyone would start cheering and start clapping for them, and just be so happy that they had something that they could wear and be proud of their heritage as well. Yeah. We also provided opportunities for places where they could wear their new ribbon skirt or ribbon shirt. And that could be at some of the local powwows. And so I do want to plug for OSU, we have a powwow coming up on May 17th. So we told the families different powwows that are in the area where they could wear their new attire.
Yeah. One of the things when we debriefed that evening, as we were walking out to the parking lot, we looked at each other and said, you know what, maybe next year we need to do this on a Saturday, because we scheduled it for, was it 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
And it wasn't
midweek.
wasn't enough, but we had some amazing people behind sewing machines sewing as quickly as they could, and so it was great to have that opportunity, but definitely we'll need more time next time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So do you want to talk about this one too, Christy?
Oh, yes. We had a lot of families sign up. I didn't bring the count of the number of families, but as you can see, 18 right here.
Yeah.
You had it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
But between the 18, there was 16 youth shirts.
Yeah.
16 adult shirts, 6 ribbon skirts. Or I'm getting these mixed up. It's hard to see. I need new glasses, maybe. The higher numbers are with the skirts.
Yeah.
So not everyone was able to attend, you know, things come up last minute, or not everyone was able to finish. And so we were able to partner with Corvallis Sewing and Vacuum, and they were able to offer during their business hours people to come and finish their projects and their skirts and shirts there.
It was wonderful. All right, so yes, looking ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, Native graduation, like Ryan mentioned earlier, is on May 27th. We currently have 34 seniors that will be getting invitations for the graduation. And we will be, we have ordered, and we'll be getting Native souls from
Kuoston Designs,
yes.
and she's a Hoopa Valley tribal member from Northern California.
Yeah. And then, do you want to talk about Indian Parent Committee? Yeah.
Yes, so
exciting.
I was very fortunate to remember when I made the sign up for the ribbon shirts and skirts event to add, are you interested in joining the Indian Parent Committee? And so we got about 5 parents who were who we hadn't seen before at prior events that want to be involved with our Indian Parent Committee. And so just like any committee, it's hard to find times that are common for people. So some people want to do committee work and this type of work during the day, during work hours, and some people have their normal job and don't have flexibility, and so they want to do it in the evening. So I'm just trying to build our Indian Parent Committee and finding common times when everyone's available. So that's what we're working on.
Yeah. Excellent. And then our goals for this upcoming grant cycle will be, just as it says on the screen, to strengthen our parent participation, increase academic achievement, increase knowledge of cultural identity and awareness. And we're really excited to share that because of the number of forms that we received back from families, from students, we were able to increase our funding about 150% for the 2025-2026 school year. So that means that we will continue to do the things that we did this year and also expand them into next year. So I think with that, I'll stop sharing and see if we have any questions.
Thank you, Marcian. It looks like Bernie has his hand up already.
Yeah, can you tell me, in your report, you said there was a public hearing today.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, that's going to happen right afterwards. And so we've got some participants that are gonna do a public hearing. It's actually part of the grant. It's a requirement that after we present about the Indian Ed grant to the school board, and then a public hearing afterwards. Yep.
Other questions? Oh yeah, go ahead, Judah.
I just wanted to thank you so much, and you, Marcian, but I hear from you, I hear volunteered their time and a lot of it, and this is incredible. So thank you to you and the other volunteers for making that a labor of love.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. I was just curious if you might share with us, with particularly like with the event that you were, the skirt and shirt event, what kind of strategies did you use to encourage or promote within the community to get participation?
We use social media and on my personal page, and then also we emailed participants too who identified who have filled out forms, and then I'm not sure.
Yeah, and so we went through our Synergy system and found students that had enrolled as an American Indian Alaskan Native, and we did a huge email blast. Obviously, all the emails were blank copied, so we didn't provide any confidential information. But that was just, we just invited everybody, and then Christy was kind enough to put a form where people could RSVP, and that's where we had families RSVP saying how many family members were going to attend from their family. So, yeah, and a lot of word of mouth too. So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and I was able to attend the graduation ceremony last year at LP, and it was so powerful, and it was just such a great way to honor the culture, and so I just I can't wait to see it again and to attend, and just thank you for making that happen.
Yeah, you all are invited. Yes, please come.
Any other questions, comments? I had oh, do you have another one, Brittany? Okay, okay.
I hope, Marcian, you would invite the new group to DEDI next week too. I think their voices and what we plan to do is going to be good.
Absolutely. Yeah, we sure will, Bernie.
I just want to say thank you to Christy and Marcian for all your work over the last couple of years, and it's been really cool to see it grow. Now you all know what I'm talking about when I do my board report as liaison, and why I get so excited about going to things. And it was really awesome I was able to be Sonia's assistant because I've known her forever because I'm part of the community in Siletz, and so being able to, I should say, so it's on public, that I'm not enrolled in Siletz, so nobody gets that mistaken. And it was really nice to be able to be her assistant in that capacity too, and spend time with everybody and bring some of the ones that I've made for examples and show the students there, like, this is what you can do in the future when you learn how to do designs and stuff like that into the families. So it was really fun to be able to engage in that way. And so I just wanted to share that. And Christy, you mentioned the Native students at OSU, and I just wanted to see if you minded sharing really quick about their involvement too with the students here, and because I think that's such an important way for students to see themselves in college after K-12 too.
Yeah, definitely, because the students only listen so much to us because they look at us as, you know, either the parent or the auntie. So the students through the Native American Student Association at OSU, they have made a commitment to come over to our events and help mentor the students during the events. So it's a very informal, there's nothing like one-on-one with students or families or anything, but during the events they come and help out. So last year, for example, they came to one of our beading nights and helped families and students bead. And then Jocelyn came to our ribbon skirt making event. And so the students at OSU want to show the K through 12 students, you know, what it's like to be in college and to show that they belong in college, and, you know, to create that that bridge between K through 12 and college.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're done with questions from the board. Did Sammy have anything, or no? Okay. Okay, so thank you both for your presentation. And the next part is public testimony regarding the Title VI Indian Education Grant application. We will now open the public comment period regarding the Title VI Indian Education Grant application. We will follow the same guidelines that I shared for general public comments earlier in the meeting. If you were not here, make sure this light is red and there's a timer. And when it's green, your time is full. When it's yellow, 30 seconds. When it's red, your time's up. You need to state your name, and if you reside within the district, for public record as well. So name, if you're in the district. Yes. Okay.
Blake Ashley.
Can we switch
Can I go? I'll go first, if that's okay. And then she's not quite warmed up, if that's possible. Yeah. And then can I sit next to her? Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sadell Harrison, and I am a parent and community member in the school district. I have 3 girls in Corvallis School District, 1 at LP and 2 right here at Adams Elementary. I guess I'm just here in support of the Indian Education Grant. I am the newest person on the parents committee, so I actually have only participated in a couple events, 1 meeting, and then I did make the ribbon skirt sewing class, which was great. As a Oregon tribal descendant, I'm from Eastern Oregon, so I'm Cayuse and Walla Walla from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, which is where I grew up. And then I'm enrolled in Yakima Nation, which is right across the border in Washington State. But I'm also the first generation immediate family member to go to college, to get 2 bachelor's degrees, to get a master's of public health, and then get a PhD in health promotion and health behavior. So big proponent for education. And after my PhD, I chose to stay here in the district because of the school and the things that my kids have achieved here. Blake is going to talk to you in a moment, but she's my middle child, and she is on, her team won OBOB this year for Adams Elementary, went to the regional qualifier and got beat out there, but I think they made it into the top 8. She's in marimba, so tagging on to before, I was in music classes in my small Eastern Oregon school, and so listening to all of the testimony tonight was really powerful for me. I was in the singing class until I could move up to band, and then band took me all the way to Washington, D.C. for the Independence Day parade that I marched in, playing the trumpet. So she's in marimba. My older daughter is interested in theater, and then my youngest is running around here. She's in 2nd grade, and I just really appreciate the committee, the Indian Education Grant, for providing opportunities for us to share our culture. As a student who's gone through a terminal degree, it's a heavy load to be the only Native student in the room and to be doing as much educating as you are getting educated in every room that you're in. And so I am here to help maybe move forward in a little bit of that education widely in the district, so that there's less for our kids that are coming through the system behind us. And then that's all I have. And then you'll hear from Blake next. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadell. Is there any questions? Thank you, Sadell.
Hello, my name is Blake Ashley. I'm in 5th grade. I go to Adams Elementary. I'm a part of the Cayuse, Umatilla, Walla Walla, Yakima, and Palouse tribes. I think the programs for Native American students are important because it teaches people about our culture. Many people don't know much about Native Americans or their culture or history. I like sharing about my culture. I do this at school on Culture Day. At Adams, at Culture Day, we celebrate all religions and cultures. I dress up and carry my traditional flag in the parade. People ask many questions about my culture, like who made my regalia, who beaded my necklaces to my headbands, and a lot of questions like that. I like being able to answer these questions. I participate in SAFE. SAFE creates a place to talk about your religion and problems you may have at school. I'm glad to be in SAFE with Miss Bowman, because we can ask her anything. I am one of 3 sisters in the Corvallis School District. Kai is in 7th grade, going to Linus Pauling Middle School. My little sister, Riley, is in 2nd grade and goes to Adams Elementary. I want to share my sister Riley's flag. She was asked to draw a flag from any country or a make-believe place. This is her flag. Does anyone recognize it?
We're not supposed to go in conversation, but I do recognize it.
This is our traditional flag from the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation. Out of all the flags, she chose ours, and it's pretty cool. Next, I want to show my sister Kai's portrait. In 5th grade at Adams Elementary, each student chooses a special outfit. Kai chose her regalia, and I would take mine on May 23rd in my regalia too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you have a question? Oh, you look like you were gonna.
Can I see the flag in the picture up close?
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions? Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
Jacoby Jones.
Hello, I'm Jacoby. I'm in 10th grade. I go to CV. Just like the stuff we do is like pretty fun, you know. It's like learn about my culture and stuff. It's pretty cool. That's all I got.
Any questions for Jacoby? You have a question?
I can tell he wants to be here, so. What's one of the favorite things that you learned this last year?
Probably how to make a ribbon t-shirt.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Jacoby.
Samia has chosen to withdraw her public testimony.
Okay, with no further comments, the public comment period is now closed. Thank you all for bringing your voices to us this evening. Yes, Judah needs to. Oh, yeah, we should. Yeah, because Sammy's online.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just. Judah is excused for the rest of the evening. Thank you, Judah. Okay. Next on the agenda is the Grad Alliance report, and that is with Melissa.
Sorry, that was loud. I actually have 2 reports in a row. The Grad Alliance is just questions that you might have based on the board report that was submitted. So that was available in your packet. And if I was to add any extra information to that board report, I would want to thank Eric Wright for his leadership at College Hill. He's been supporting the program from an administrative perspective. We are, actually the report is already outdated because I think we had 11 students at the time of the report, and by just today we added 2 more students to the program. So I'll take any questions you might have.
Questions for Melissa on the Grad Alliance? Go ahead, Teresa.
I do.
Oh. Sammy?
Sammy?
Yeah, go ahead, Sammy.
Oh yeah, thank you. So, thank you. So, thank you, Melissa, for the report. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is, well, this is really great news. So now we have 2 in addition to the 11 that you mentioned in the reports. The ADMW that the district receives per student approximately is how much?
I don't know what our ADMW is right now. I'm looking to Lauren. About 10,500 is what I just got from Lauren. So again, just as a reminder, students who enroll in Grad Alliance are enrolled as Corvallis School District students. Their ADMW then comes to the school district, and then we remit payment to Grad Alliance for a portion of that because they're doing that work with our students off campus.
And that percentage ranges in a piece wise, as this is mentioned on the report, from 1 to 14 and 15 to 39. Could you tell me more about that FTE? So do we mean by FTE per FTE that the Alliance provides to serve the students, or
no, that might be a little confusing. This is contract language with Graduation Alliance. When they say FTE, they're saying if 1 to 14 FTE, I think you can replace that word with students. So if 1 to 4 students per month are participating in Graduation Alliance, then the amount of payment we return to them is ADMW times membership days times 86%. And as you noted, it goes, how much we have to pay back to them decreases as more students enroll in the program.
So the FTE is a full-time equivalent of a student's participation?
Yes, as a student, yes.
Got it. Thank you. Now, one question, and I'm going to opine here. I'm assuming those students' graduation and assessments and all data related to those students are going to be associated with their high schools or with their home schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Those students are also invited to walk at graduation with the high school that they had attended, if that's their choice. And they also have the opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities at the high school that they're boundary to, if that's a choice that they want to make as well.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Melissa, in your second paragraph, you mentioned that the students have to use a Wi-Fi enabled laptop. Are those district issued?
Those are not district issued. Those come from Graduation Alliance.
Okay, so it's part of the contract.
It's part of the package of becoming a student with the program. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I really love that we have this program and an effort to reach students for whom our traditional model didn't work,
right?
Or even our alternative to the traditional
Exactly.
model is not working right.
Yeah.
So I think it's really great to recognize that's the diversity of learners, right? My question is really for anybody that is listening, if you could just very briefly summarize why we should care about these kids who are coming through our district and there's a pass through to pay this other group to take care of this. Like, why should this district care that we are making this effort in capturing these kids and helping them get through the system?
I think what speaks to me the most is that we do have a percentage of students for whom our schools are not working, and we're trying interventions after interventions and opportunities and changing schedules and doing everything we can, including placement at College Hill if that's the place that works for them, and it's still not working. And we care that these students get a high school diploma. So this is our opportunity to do that for them. We care that they're connected to their community, which is another thing that Grad Alliance does. So that's the kind of the touchy-feely part of me that's important to me. When I think about the benefit to the district, we get to say we're supporting those students in a way that they need, which is what our one of our equity stances is, to make sure we're meeting kids where they're at and give them the things that they need to succeed. But on the financial end, we're able to recoup a little bit of funding as well. So this is a plus for us. Those students aren't just lost. One of the things that was great about Graduation Alliance when we started, I mean, it's a very good program as we're moving through it and learning as we go, because we're brand new to it, is that the first thing we did is gave them just kind of a data dump of students that we can't find. We don't know where they are. They never returned to school. We don't have any forwarding address, anything like that. They went out and found kids, and we were able to take them off our rolls. No, they didn't drop out of school. They actually enrolled in a different school in another state. Grandma told us that, and now we can at least know that they're taken care of somewhere else. So there's a lot I think I talked more about the good things that we're doing for kids with Graduation Alliance than the monetary function, but both of those things are true at the same time.
Any other questions? Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. I think I'm going to stay here.
Yeah, because I was going to say next item on the
And if you
agenda
just-
is Melissa.
Yes, if you just give me 1 second.
And we have a presentation on the bias reporting update.
Yes. This always does this. Okay. How am I looking? Am I up? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is kind of an interim report because it's not a full year, but we know that you all like to hear about how things are going, you know, last year's data at the start of the school year, and then just kind of a quick check-in here. So that's what this report is. It's a check-in on data. For those of you that were able to check the agenda, you'll see all of the data that looks similar to the last time I did the report. I left the year before and last school year's data up so that you could make some comparisons. So for people who are just listening, knowing that this is data from September of this school year through February 25th, 2025. And I want to be clear that the reason that it's through that date is because at the time of retrieving this data, that would be the last date where we could also track the 4-week check-in after the incident occurred. So that was one of the things that we had been talking about, was the 4-week check-in on our students who were harmed to see how they're doing. So that's why that was that last date. The data is all in that report, and I'm happy to answer questions there too, but this is usually the opportunity for me to kind of fill out some of the information a little bit more for folks. So one of the things that I think you saw in the data was about reporters, and I just wanted to show you the trend that reports made by staff are increasing in this category. So that's 2 words. In this category, that to me is again, that continued training with our staff, that when things happen, when students report things to them, when they see things, that they're filing those reports as well. Remembering that we're tracking incidents and bias incidents in our software that we're using to track complaints and bias incidents, but we're also tracking bias incidents that result in some kind of a consequence in our Synergy student information system. So we have things happening in both places. So shout out to our staff who realize they do have to do it in both places, and they're continuing to do that at good numbers. I think that the numbers for what types of biases were reported was in the report, but what you have here is just a little more of an explainer of what we're seeing. I also want to, I put Kristen Mahoney's name in the report, and that's important to me because Kristen is monitoring the complaint and bias incident software. So she's watching all of these complaints, she's tracking them to make sure things are happening. But additionally, the software isn't doing exactly what we want it to do yet. We'll be meeting with some representatives this summer. So some of the things that we want, like this kind of data, she had to go through and pull herself. So she went through every one of those incidents, and she made her own spreadsheet where she was trying to create categories where we could pull together data like this. So when it came to bias incidents about race, again, the most common racial bias continues to be the use of the N-word by our students. And LGBTQ plus bias, what we're noticing is the use of the word gay in a negative context, the continued use of the F slur, and then purposely not using a student's preferred pronouns. And with disability bias, which came in at 11%, what we're seeing here is the use of the R word and students who might have been mocking someone else's disability. One of the things we talked about was levels and how this is working at our high schools and our middle schools. The first time I ever brought data forward, remember we had just a huge number of kids in the middle school and it didn't seem like anyone else was reporting. We're seeing that kind of start to balance out a little bit. Our elementary schools are at 54 reports, high school at 31, which again, if you look at the numbers or the percentages in your report, you'll see that we're trending in the way that we want to be trending with regard to our high school students reporting bias incidents. And I wanted to put a disclaimer in there. We have two programs that overlap grades. So Franklin K-8 is included in elementary numbers, and the Bridges 612 program, which is over here at Western View, is included in the high school count. That's just to kind of, it's hard to separate that data out. And again, we're seeing the trend. We don't want bias to happen. We want people to report bias incidents, and Marcianne and I worked hard with our high school students to make sure that they are reporting bias incidents at the high school level. One thing we haven't really talked about before is consequences. So what's happening after the report happens? There's a report, there's an investigation, then there's conversations, and then there's consequences. So remembering that sometimes 2 or 3 of these things can be true for the same incident. Our greatest percentage as far as a consequence is concerned is reteaching. So sitting down with those students and talking about what it is that they've done and why it is a problem for the student that they impacted, for the community, for them being a functional member of our society. And that is that was the goal of this law that was written by the state, a few years ago, which created the bias incident process, was the opportunity to reteach. But in some cases, reteaching isn't enough, and there are consequences that students have to experience that include in-school or out-of-school suspension, sometimes a loss of an activity, or sometimes a detention if we have schools that are doing that. And then a lot of our incidents also involve meetings with a parent or guardian. They all have a phone call, but sometimes it goes so far as to have parents come in and have a bigger conversation. Our 1-month check-in it's going okay. I was recently met with every one of the levels admin to talk about what's going well with bias incidents as far as the program and the investigations and what they're up to. They're faced with a few challenges with 1-month check-ins. I reiterated to all of them at each level how important that part of the process is, because it was a promise we made to our students that this is how we were going to ensure that they knew that we were taking these incidents seriously. So again, reiterating that the critical aspect of it. When we looked at data from 1-month check-ins, we see that the most common response from the person being harmed was that things have improved, and that's kind of where they want to leave it. There are responses of, no, that kid is still bothering me, or this thing is still happening in this class, and then what I see there are follow-ups from the administrators to work through those problems with the student who's causing harm. And I think that's all I have. Questions?
Thanks, Melissa. Any questions, Bernie?
Hey, Bernie.
Yeah, your data tracking, does it go down to the fine granularity like repeat offenders and so on? Do you what is that trend looking like?
So that was something that I just recently talked to all the levels about, so that they can take a look at searching our program. That's what the great thing about this program is. You can search by a name, and then you can see that a particular name was associated with 1, 2, or 3 different events. And so what we need to do now is that follow-up training on making sure that that's something that you're analyzing with regularity. It could be coming out of my office, or if it's happening in a data team at a high school or middle school, elementary school, so that they can take a look at those names and start to look at that process a little differently for students who are repeat offenders.
Do you use that data to determine the consequences that you discussed?
Yes, and what they can do right now, instead of looking in that program, is they can go to Synergy, the student information system, where we track all of those behavior incidents, so they can go through there and see if it's the student's first, second, or third. And then we have a rubric, so it's that you can look at what needs to come next when it comes to a consequence for a student with a first offense, second offense, or if it's the severity of the offense. The first time might look like an out-of-school suspension, or it might not. So there is a rubric to follow for all administrators. It's also in the parent-student handbook, so people can see it there too.
Any other questions from the board? I have questions. I always have questions on this report.
Yep. I'm ready.
You ready? We see the repeated pattern of anti-blackness and LGBTQ on many things.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering how training's going for staff on how to respond to those in particular.
We're doing those the training that's happening at the start of the year, which I highlighted in the November presentation, is something that I think we need to expand to our buildings. We've talked a little bit with principals who've said, if this thing is serious enough, then we should be having these conversations with our staff. I have reservations about just going, okay, go ahead and do that, because I would rather be able to prepare something for them that they can talk with their staff about. We've done that with the kids. That's what Nikki and her advisory committee in particular, as well as the middle schools, have done with Advisor. That's what our equity lessons are at elementary school. They're prepared, they're ready, we're giving the same message. What needs to come next, and this is the work that needs to happen, is that consistent message to staff about what that looks like.
Thanks. Yeah, because there's the part where there's like safe students helping educate their peers,
right.
And then they're like, but then stuff happens, and sometimes teachers may not have the training to respond to some of it in the moment, and so that's kind of why I was asking that one. That way they feel like it's happening on their end and from peer to peer, and also from the staff side.
Yeah.
And then I have a question about the. I did see it seemed like the numbers went down. Did I read it backwards for overall reporting? It's because we're only halfway.
We're only halfway through the year.
Never mind.
Yep.
Erase that.
Uh-huh.
I'm curious about the part about the discipline. Like, what leads to increased steps in discipline? Like, is it like a step thing, or is it a severity thing? Like, how is that?
And that's what I was saying with Bernie. We have a rubric inside what is our district behavior guidelines, and that would include this is part of the harassment page.
Okay.
And in that we have categories for severity or just sheer number of events. So they kind of have to do a little bit of a grid work, right. And a lot of times they also call me and say, hey, this is what's happened, this is the second time it's happened, but it looks like this, and we walk through the district behavior guidelines and come up with a consequence that fits that consistent use of that rubric.
Okay. Yeah. And then I should have asked this with the other one. I don't remember disability being as high in the past. Do I remember that properly?
Yeah, it seems to be going up.
Okay, so that seems like another area. A lot of times people are not trained on that part either, especially because it's such a overlooked kind of intervention on
right. And
the treatment of folk with disabilities.
There's also so many disabilities that are unseen.
Right.
So so we have some training to do there as well. You've just given us all of our, Marcian's still here? Yes. all of our behavior incident response team goals for the summer. So
great.
Thank you.
That's awesome to hear. Okay. Well, thank you for your work on this.
Yeah,
I know it's been over the last few years, and I wanted to mention for folk who may not know about this, who are listening maybe, that the updates were in response to student voice. And I think that's always important to remind folk that some of the steps that the district took was in direct listening and board listening to students and district responding to.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Now we're up to curriculum adoptions, and we have Nikki, Kim, and Amy for this, and you'll have a presentation, it looks like.
Hi, we're going to start with introductions. My name is Amy Leeson, and my role is elementary coordinator, and we're excited to talk to you about a few different curriculum things that are happening in our world right now.
And I'm Nikki McFarland. I'm the high school coordinator.
And I'm Kim Johnson. I'm the middle school coordinator and also running Bridges this year.
One of the things you'll see on this first slide is, of course, we'll be talking about our adoptions that you saw the report on, but we also have some data to share with you. And that's the and more that's included at the bottom.
And more. Surprise.
So we shared this with you earlier this year. This slide outlines the adoption process. We go through adoptions each year. ODE publishes a list of approved materials. Teachers and administrators review those materials, choose materials to pilot, and then make a recommendation for adoption. Our team then works with Kelly in communication to gather feedback from the community. A really awesome thing that I'm seeing this year is that we're getting a lot more student feedback than we've ever gotten before. So we're able to use Canvas to push out really short surveys to students about the curriculum. So you'll see when I talk about science, I think we had 100 of our responders were students giving feedback about science. Then we come to you all with our adoption, so that's where we are, and then teachers collaborate to support the implementation of the materials in the following school year.
Okay, so we went over this, I think, in a previous adoption, but it's good to keep in mind where we are because we're kind of always living in a few worlds at the same time. So this school year, we implemented middle school science. Last spring when we came to you, Nikki and I came and kind of postponed science. Was that two years ago? That was last year. And then, but we did a partial implementation at elementary this year, and now we're coming to you with the rest of the science materials, and then also talking about health, which we've been working on this school year. So then next school year, we will formalize those science adoptions at elementary and high school. Will K-12 have health? And then we will be working on social science materials. And that process is already started. I think I just want to make a note here. Nikki and I were able to attend a state, and Kim, yeah, you're with us. She's the principal most of the time, and so when we get to see her, it's really fantastic. We went to a statewide adoption session about social sciences, and the thing that struck me when I was there was how thankful I was for you all, because there were definitely districts there when we were talking about social sciences and Oregon's standards that are pretty, they're really awesome, and they are definitely a little more intense than I would think a lot of states are, and many of our colleagues around the state didn't have the support of their board or their superintendent to really dig into social sciences. So I just want to say thank you. Your work around all of our policies that support the work in social sciences actually really matters. So thank you. So we'll be doing that work with teachers this coming school year. So we're just getting started with that. And then the following year, we'll implement those materials and we'll work on, in theory, adoption for world language, arts, and physical education materials. So it's kind of always evolving.
And so tonight we're here. We're going to share with you the elementary science that Amy talked about was postponed, as well as the high school science that was postponed last spring, and then the K-12 health adoption process that we've gone through this year.
Okay, so what I want to share with you about science is when I came last time, I had hoped that what I'm seeing this year is what I'm seeing. And what I can tell you is I have been in classrooms and I am seeing more science happening this year than I've seen in a long time. And I think it's due to the supplemental programs and the combination of what we ended up purchasing and moving forward to as kind of a trial that now we're coming to you as, yeah, this is like the full deal. I get regular emails with photos. I had a message this week when somebody saw this was going, a teacher shared with me an experiment about mold that they're doing in their classroom and offered for me to come by and see it. So, and that is fairly new, that I'm seeing more science than I had seen in the past. So just a reminder, what we're doing for our science is a combination of things. There's some kits, FOSS kits is what they're called. They're very much more time intensive for teachers, and they're very hands-on, and they're very expensive. And we have a few really good next generation kits that go out for teachers. So that's one piece. And we have mystery science, which is mostly online, but also has hands-on and projects. And that one wasn't formally approved by the state. FOSS kits were. So we have a combination of those. And then we're also doing community partners for every grade level. So like when you're in 5th grade, you do outdoor school and you do salmon watch. And so just formalizing that and make sure field trips are in place and that community partner is ready for every grade level. So those are the 3 kind of things that make up our science adoption at the elementary.
So at high school, I came to you last year and said we were postponing because the teachers had reviewed, well, we had 2 things going on. One, we had budget constraints last year as well. And the teachers had looked at the materials and they didn't really see something that was a lot different than what they already had. They did request updated materials for the advanced placement classes, and those were provided through the high school success budget and some building funds as we wrapped up the fiscal year last year. So I met with them again this fall and said, okay, this is where we landed last fall. We do need to do some kind of adoption because we have done a postponement. And they unanimously agreed, we do not need new materials. We would like to readopt our current materials and have some time to collaborate on becoming more aligned. And that was unanimous. Like nobody felt like they were making a concession or saying like, I'm just going to say I don't need it, but I do. It was very clear that was the direction that the teachers wanted to go. So we are here to readopt those science materials through the year 2031. And that is really because that's what the teachers have asked for. And we have community feedback that was shared in the board report that supports this decision as well. So now you're going to see something that was not in the board report. It is tangentially related to our science adoption. So one of the board goals addresses eco-literacy, stewardship, and sustainability. And one of the things that we try and do when we're working on the budget is make budget decisions that are aligned with our board goals. And this is that goal around eco-literacy, stewardship, and sustainability is something we didn't really have any solid data about. And so last year, I started working on a survey. I will tell you the first round of the survey we gave to the administrators, and they were like, what the heck? I don't know the answers to these, because it was more like a test, like, do you know what these things are? So I made some revisions.
I used to teach environmental science. It was high end.
So made some revisions, and then I went into high school classrooms and I got feedback from students and did another revision and realized we really just needed to get baseline data about what is happening in the classroom in terms of environmental education. And so we administered that survey on Earth Day, and we had 864 responses, grades 4 through 12, and you can see our results there. So students do think learning about the environment is important, and only 35% responded that they feel like they learn enough about human activities, how human activities affect the environment. So this tells us that in our science implementation, we need to really make sure that we are including those environmental topics. Of course, the environment also comes up in the social sciences, it comes up in literature, and it comes up in mathematics, but I think science is a place where it lives, and maybe that's because I was a science teacher. We also asked a question about what students are doing, because that really touches on the stewardship. And so it wasn't a big surprise, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle has been, I think, a phrase that I feel like I've known for a long time. And so when you look at what our students say they're doing, these are their top 4 responses. They are reducing, they are reusing, and they are recycling. And then there were some other things that they're doing, not as consistently. So that also can give us an idea of where to go next in terms of environmental education. And honestly, like my next step, I do like to include student voices to bring this data back to the students and say, so now what? So here's what we know. Here's what students are saying. What do you think will resonate with students? And then that will kind of influence what happens next. And now I think we're hard pivoting to health. We're going to go to health. Is that right? Okay.
Okay, so elementary, what drove our decision? I shared information in the report, but what I wanted to tell you were these kind of surrounding these 4 bullets. Support, the survey that I did that asked teachers about adopting the Great Body Shop, we had 88% that were strongly agreed or agreed. And so that's a pretty high percentage of our teachers supporting that curriculum. The second bullet point is about familiarity. This is a previous health curriculum that we've had, so most teachers know it and they're familiar with it, so it won't be as heavy or hard as a lift of adopting and using something new. All student-facing materials are available in Spanish from the company, and majority of the teacher's guide from the previous versions have already been translated, so we're in the process of looking through those to see what we need to have updated, but having that in Spanish is also key. And then I think an important factor, there was only one curriculum that got vetted through ODE in the state for elementary, and it was all about healthy sexuality instruction, and it's a critical component. It's part of our standards, and the Great Body Shop has a pretty robust component that involves that. So those were our kind of 4 decisions, 4 things that drove the decision to stick with Great Body Shop.
You want to go first, or do you want me to?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I have 5 health teachers in the middle school, and we dove into the list of what was available for the health curriculums, and they piloted 2 of them. They piloted Great Body Shop and the GW that we're going to end up adopting. And we ended up, after doing all of the piloting and looking through the materials and having the kids weigh in, we did a survey with students and had the students give feedback on the material as well. We're going to be going with the 6th grade for Great Body Shop, which ties into the elementary, so they'll actually have the Great Body Shop from K through 6, which makes one less transition for the kids as they move into 6th grade in the middle school. And then the 7th and 8th will go with the other piece. A lot of the things that are listed up here are what the teachers came up with and the students gave in feedback through the pilot process.
So at high school, we only had one curriculum that was on the state approved list, and our teachers were not really excited about adopting those materials and opted to look at some of the materials that were not initially approved. The same publisher, the Goodhart Wilcox, is the one that they are recommending for adoption. And that publisher took all of the things where they didn't meet the state criteria and made the adjustments. So they really improved the materials. They've been really responsive to meeting with our teachers and getting them ready to use the materials in the next year. All of these are reasons that my high school teachers listed for adopting these materials. And I think most importantly, the teachers have been getting together once a month since October. And they're actually getting together next week and the following week because they want to be like rock solid ready for implementation in September. I've never worked with a teacher group that is like so aligned and excited to collaborate, and it's really been amazing. I think in my experience, the teachers I've worked with have been a little reluctant to come into adopting new materials because it's a big change. They're being asked to do something different, and already, as we have acknowledged, the job of educators is very hard. This was a group that's like, I can't even remember the last time I got new materials. And then they looked at the first ones and they're like, I don't want these. And then they found something like, these are amazing. There's so many great activities. They're so adaptable. And this adoption, like, it excites me too, just because the teachers really are thrilled to be collaborating and getting all ready for next year.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. We did in January, when they're doing grades for semester breaks at the middle school, we have trimesters, so we have 2 PD days on that time. And one of our days, we spent a good chunk of time working on scope and sequence, and the health teachers were super excited because they'd already finished one trimester of piloting on the Wilcox. That's why I say GW. And so during that time of working on the scope and sequence, the 5 teachers were actually able to work together and did the scope and sequence for the new curriculum. So it's already there and ready to go for next year. So they're excited as well.
So the materials that we're recommending for adoption are aligned to state standards. We all listen to our teachers. I know our teachers appreciate the choices that they have within the curriculum, and then there is also community support for the adoption of these materials. And do you have any questions?
Questions? No questions from anybody? I'm very surprised. I have questions, but I was waiting to see if they were gonna. Do you have questions? Go ahead, Therese. I know.
So I was wondering, this is a theme that I imagine should be, it should be present in each of the curriculums at an age appropriate level. So I'm wondering about continuity across the different curriculums on the subject of teaching and talking about consent. Did you guys look at that as thinking about the messaging from, if I've got a kindergartner all the way through to a high school senior, are they going to get consistent and progressively more complex thinking about that idea?
I have a couple of things. One, the really tight alignment to standards, and Oregon standards being intentional about some skill-based components of the standards and skills instruction, and so that fits into that whole concept. And for sure, it is all in the K-5, and I'm not sure about middle and high because we didn't talk a lot about that.
Yeah, we didn't talk specifically about that. We did talk about the continuity K-6 and then the continuity 7-12. That was important, I know, to the high school teachers, that that our middle school students weren't going to experience this big switch. But in the conversations I've had with the health teachers, similar to what Amy shared, there is a lot of skills-based learning in health. I didn't dive into the consent lessons with the teachers, but we were looking at lessons related to suicide prevention together, and I was surprised at how well they aligned to the QPR training that all of our staff also receive annually in teaching students the skill of asking the question about whether a person might be considering suicide. So seeing the skill building in there, I can't say 100%, but I'm pretty confident it's also in our curriculum and age appropriate 7-12, because it is skills based and really asks students to practice in the activities that are given.
Yeah, and we did dive into it in the middle school because that's a concern for the students at that age, and it was all based in the skills and very progressive through the middle school years. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay, I had a couple of questions. One, I wanted to say how awesome I think it is that there's so much teacher and student involvement in deciding the curriculum. I think that's important. And that I think it's really important for these topics in health to be discussed. And I think it's also important that I noticed on there that there's the opt-out for families who do prefer that, and I think that's important to also center in our conversations, that's supported as well. My question is, can you explain I know it's really late, but I don't think it's that hard of a question though, just for folk to know, because curriculum does cost money, and why it's important to adopt new curriculum. Because I know we talked about like why we put it off, and you kind of touched on a little bit. Like, can you explain to folk briefly like why it's important to update curriculum?
I would say from high school, I did mention this. It's our teachers can't remember the last time they had like what they would actually call a curriculum, and we're just pulling together this like amalgamation of many things. So the idea that all of our students in our high schools will experience the same curriculum with the same materials, the same activities. I think, to me, I was hearing from them that was really important. And it also felt really important to them to feel like they were using something that was vetted. They're like, I don't know, sometimes I was teaching something and thinking, I think this is good. But to have a curriculum that's published and that's vetted and that your colleagues are using, so that if you do have a lesson that you're like, I'm not sure how that went, you can check in with them and find out about it. So that's what, like speaking from what I've heard from the teachers, they want the materials. They believe they'll support students to have a better health learning experience.
Yeah, we went from Great Body Shop at the middle school, which was not, for the 7th and 8th grade, just wasn't as in depth or as robust as is needed for the middle school. So they were really looking for something more than that. But the 6th grade Great Body Shop that's tied into the K-5 was good, but they just needed more things at the 7th and 8th grade level. So.
And I think the other important thing as we become more and more tech focused and available, our curriculum isn't at the elementary level, wasn't just here you have this textbook and you can teach it and use it. The Great Body Shop adjusts every year. The teacher's manual changes every year, and once you don't pay for that subscription anymore, you don't get it. And so it's a little bit of like, yeah, we have this, but we need to continue to do this to access the curriculum.
Right. So my question was more about in general for curriculum adoption, but I think that was a good example of why updating curriculum in general is important, and a more detailed answer than I was probably expecting at 10 p.m. So thank you for that. And also I appreciate that the curriculum updates make life easier for teachers since there's so many demands and they're stretched so thin. So if they feel good about it, I think that says something too about whatever the curriculum adoptions are. And there's several in this one.
I think just real quick, the other thing to note is we did a postponement, but ODE asked us, you can only postpone for 2 years. And part of the Division 22 message is we are current on our adoptions, and so there's also rules that we're following.
Yeah, that are tied to probably funding for schools. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, we're done with discussion. The red light went off. Does anyone want to make a motion? There are 3 separate motions. I must say this. So we're going to do this 3 times. And you have language in the packet for 3 separate motions. Does anyone want to make a motion? You can pick which one you're looking at first, or you can go in order.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Chris.
I move to readopt the elementary school science materials of mystery science and FOSS kits.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Chris and seconded by Therese. Is there any further discussion? Okay, it's been moved by Chris and seconded by Therese to readopt the elementary school science materials of mystery science and FOSS kits. And I will do the roll call. Sammy?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Bernie?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That one passes. Do I hear another motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Therese.
I move to readopt the following high school science materials: biology, Glencoe 2017, introductory chemistry from Cengage 2015, and college physics, a strategic approach, Pearson 2019.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Therese and seconded by Bernie. Any further discussion? I'll just say it says college physics. That's cool, but okay. It's been moved by Therese and seconded by Bernie to readopt the following high school science materials: biology, Glencoe 2017, introductory chemistry, Cengage 2015, and college physics, a strategic approach, Pearson 2019. Bernie,
Aye.
Therese,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Sammy.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Do I hear another motion?
I'll make one.
Go ahead, Bernie.
I move to adopt the Great Body Shop K-6 comprehensive health skills for middle school, 7th, 8th grade, and
Second.
And comprehensive health skills for high school, 9 to 12, curricula for Corvallis K-12 schools.
Second, I'm so sorry I interrupted.
That's okay, Sammy. It's been moved by Bernie and seconded by Sammy. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Has been moved by Bernie and seconded by Sammy to adopt the Great Body Shop K-6 comprehensive health skills for middle school 7-8 and comprehensive health skills for high school 9-12 curricula for Corvallis K-12 schools. Chris?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Bernie?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Thanks you. Yes, go ahead.
I do want to add on a bit about the high school science adoption. So you only see the core materials there. I do think it's important for you and the community to know that we continue to offer advanced placement courses in biology, in chemistry, in physics, and environmental science. And those materials are not on the state adoption list. Those come from the College Board, and so we adopt those on 10-year cycles or sooner if they are requested by the teachers. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, that we're not ignoring those. They aren't going away. We know that our students and our community really value access to advanced courses.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, the next item on the agenda is adopt resolution number 25-0501, Jewish American Heritage Month. Is there any discussion? Comments or questions from the board? Therese?
Just a comment to express gratitude for Chair for Lahoy, for Shauna, and for Chris for spending time to develop this. I don't know, community members don't necessarily always know why we've done some heritage months and not others yet. And so it's a process. It takes time to create a thoughtful resolution. But whenever we have one in front of us and it's done, it always feels really great to recognize that we've extended a little bit more of that feeling of inclusion to the community members, and that they know that we do see and that we do think that's important. And so I'm really glad to have this one in front of us tonight and to be able to bridge just to make a bridge into feeling that our Jewish American community members will feel seen and recognized.
Along those lines, I want to thank Nikki for bringing community together to work on the resolution and to provide input. I really appreciate you doing that and moving that forward.
Any other?
Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Sammy.
Yeah, I want to echo that gratitude and for the leadership to taking the lead on this work and for staff supporting it. I did receive community inputs from folks giving me a heads up that this is coming in and sharing the gratitude for the conversations and for the board. So I just want to share that gratitude from members of the Jewish community that reached out to me about this resolution. I was eager to see it, and I am very grateful for your leadership on making it happen. Our commitment for our Jewish community in Corvallis and Oregon and beyond is reflected in this resolution. And as I understand it, it is our practice that we follow our resolutions with call for action for us to reflect on how our students and our staff and community celebrate the contributions of the community. So with these words, I want to say thank you. And if there is no further comments, I would like to ask permission to move for the resolution.
I have a comment too, so you have to wait.
That's good.
Okay. I just wanted to actually, Shauna's not here, but to thank Shauna for her leadership in this resolution. She's really, I want to make sure that her leadership centered on this one. And also wanted to thank Chris for your involvement too. And Nikki. Yeah, and thank you, Nikki, as well for your support. And I wanted to say thank you to the community for your patience to make sure that we were doing this in a way that made sense and everything. So, yeah. Is there any other further comment? Okay, I think we're ready to hear a motion. I heard somebody excited about it.
Chair, may I make a motion?
Yes.
I move to adopt resolution number 25-0501, Acknowledgement of Jewish American Heritage Month, as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Therese. Any further comment? Okay. Has been moved by Sammy and seconded by Therese to adopt resolution number 25-0501, Acknowledgement of Jewish American Heritage Month, as submitted. Bernie?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Kim, we don't have this one printed to read out together, huh? Okay. I'll go ahead and read the whole thing then. I can read the whole thing. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Bear with me, everybody, because reading out loud takes me a minute. Corvallis School District 509J, Acknowledgement of Jewish American Heritage Month, Resolution number 25-0501. Whereas the Corvallis School District recognizes and pays tribute to the significant contributions made in our community by Jewish Americans, including people who identify as Jewish American by ancestry, culture, and/or ethnicity. And whereas the Corvallis School District affirms that students, families, staff, and community members should be valued for all aspects of their diverse identities. And whereas Jewish American Heritage Month grew out of efforts led by Jewish American leaders and politicians to recognize the many contributions of Jewish Americans to the United States history and culture. And whereas beginning in April 1980, the United States Congress designated 1 week as Jewish Heritage Week. And whereas Jewish American Heritage Month was first recognized nationally in 2006, and whereas Jewish American Heritage Month has been proclaimed by several states, including Oregon, since that time, and whereas representation of diversity in the contributions of Jewish American people, past and present, has been limited in academic settings, and whereas Jewish Americans have historically been and continue to be targeted by anti-Semitism, genocide, violence, and acts of hate, and whereas Jewish Americans have contributed to the history and collective future of Corvallis and Benton County, Oregon, and whereas Jewish American History Month provides an opportunity to continue the district's growth in learning about the many contributions of Jewish Americans to the nation, world, and local community. And whereas education is a necessary component for creating a more equitable and anti-racist community, nation, and world. And whereas the Corvallis School District has made a commitment to equity and anti-racism, and whereas the Corvallis School District has a responsibility to honor and respect the diverse histories of our community, and whereas the Corvallis School District believes each and every student must be celebrated and appreciated for the distinct and vibrant contributions made by sharing cultures, language, ideas, beliefs, and values within a school community. Therefore, let it be resolved by the Board of Education of the Corvallis School District does hereby proclaim May 2025, as well as each May annually, as Jewish American Heritage Month in the district, and strongly encourage students, families, staff, and community members to join in existing local celebrations, and encourage all schools in the district to help highlight this month in great appropriate ways, as well as highlight the broad and diverse societal contributions of all Jewish American people to the local community, nation, and beyond, both historically and in current times. Adopted by the Board of Directors of School District Number 509J Corvallis of Benton and Lynn Counties, Oregon, at its regular meeting this 8th day of May, 2025. Thank you for your patience as I read out loud. Okay. The next item on the agenda is consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? If there's if nobody would like to pull anything, I would entertain a motion. I think they're looking for the language. If you're wondering what it says, it's consolidated action items as submitted. It's pretty short.
Chair, I move to approve consolidated action as submitted.
It's been moved by Sammy. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Chris. Any further discussion? Okay. It's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Chris to adopt the consolidated action items as submitted. Chris?
Aye.
Therese?
Aye.
Bernie?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. And the next item on the agenda is consolidated information. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for discussion. Would anyone like to discuss an item in consolidated information?
I do, but give me a second.
Okay, while you're looking at that, I would like to discuss policy JFCF and policy IKI. JFCF is hazing, harassment, intimidation, bullying, cyberbullying, teen dating violence, family violence, and policy IKI is academic integrity. Any others?
I'd like to discuss IKF.
IKF, which is graduation requirements.
Correct.
Yes. There's one more. Does anybody want to pull that? I'm joking, Melissa.
I would like to discuss the schedule.
The schedule? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Let's start with A, the schedule. Therese.
I just want to restate my request that we give consideration when we are scheduling district-wide events. It's a bummer as a board member to not be able to attend the end of the year achievements of a lot of our students in the, kind of the pinnacle of their work that they've been learning all year. And we missed quite a few of them. I've kept track, and I realize that there are, particularly the middle schools, I feel like we never get to go to those. So I don't have a problem with this schedule. I would just ask you to maybe just encourage the scheduling on the school side to see if it's possible to do that a little bit more. That's it.
Thank you, Therese. I agree. Yeah.
I do just want to also make sure everybody is aware that we moved that last board meeting or budget committee meeting to the Wednesday instead of Thursday, because Thursday was a religious holiday and we can't shift it either direction because of law, trying to meet the law. So.
The one in April 16th of next year?
In May. It'd
May?
be the May 7th.
Oh.
No, that's it.
Oh, the May 20th.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah, May 20 is a Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Okay. Any other comments about that? Okay.
I actually do.
Go ahead, Sammy.
I'm sorry.
I was just
I'm
about
sorry.
to move on.
All right, go ahead.
You're fine. Go.
So I actually do, and I'm sorry to raise this a little bit late. So we're trying to avoid a holiday on the 21st of May. and we're having a meeting on the 20th, correct?
Correct.
I would say it is very likely that the holiday is celebrated by sundown. I'm not sure for sure the significance of this holiday and if that's also applicable.
Oh, sorry. I checked with a member of our staff to set that date.
Okay. Then I don't have any objections.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Just want to express appreciation for Kim and her ability to maneuver around a lot of really important days for families. This is a strong effort in trying to do that.
Okay. So it sounds like we're okay with that. And then policy IKF, graduation requirements, Brittany?
Yeah, it's just a minor thing, but under certificate of attendance, you made reference to footnote 16 and 17. They look identical, and I'm just wondering, can we incorporate that in the paragraph itself?
Sorry, I'm looking for the page where I see footnote 16 and 17.
I don't have a page number.
Yeah, I'm almost there. Oh, there it is. So it's the definition of documented history, and that is referring to a certificate of attendance. Oh, and then have a documented history is also defined. So this is OSBA language, but I understand. I mean, I could just.
Yeah, it's just confusing with
I know.
two of the same footnote on there.
I think if we define documented history, we probably would be fine. So I can make that adjustment.
Thank you.
Any other comments on that policy? Okay. Policy GFCF, hazing, harassment, intimidation, bullying, cyberbullying, teen dating, violence, family violence. Very long title. That
yes.
Policy incorporates a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to know if you noted all of the suggestions and if they make sense where they were suggested.
Where they were suggested. So what I heard was to add, there was reference to putting it near cyberbullying, but that idea of encouraging another person to commit suicide would be an act of harassment and would also be a problem or a definition that we would put in here. Is that?
Yes, because that's not included at all in here. And
so I had encouraging another to complete suicide, I guess would be, I'm trying to figure out the terminology that I need to use.
Yeah.
Chris,
yes,
could you
go
help
ahead,
me?
Chris.
Yeah, I would not use the word commit.
Okay.
I would either say die by suicide is actually the most preferred way to.
That is the preferred way? Okay. And the connection to cyberbullying, should this just be another definition area or?
I think because does this one have cyberbullying in it already?
It does, and I worry if we put it there, it's limited to limited to cyberbullying.
I think it was a overall statement from how I heard the testimony. And it was a ask to put that kind of language in there specifically because it doesn't exist, and that is something that is said a lot. And so to like really specify it in the in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it was necessarily just only under the cyberbullying. I think it was just in general.
In totality, yeah.
And I would recommend language to put it in the terminology like Chris is suggesting, because I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
Language that would relate to that. You know what I mean? Because it's said in multiple ways by young people.
Okay.
And
So
I don't want to list them all out right now.
I was going to say, should I write examples or just not do, no?
I wouldn't I wouldn't put all the examples. I would say language that would fall under this umbrella of insert language.
Okay.
Yeah. And okay, I'm almost done. And I did want to say I appreciated gaming in here. Big time. And I will share that specifically that was part of what led to my nephew that I referenced several times
Yeah.
in meetings to his death by suicide. And it was related to also, it was suggested by Dr. Bird. So I appreciated her bringing that up, and also know that it exists in those realms. And so having gaming on there, I think, was really important.
I believe that was your ad when we were doing that work
Yeah, so
together.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that this would apply outside of school hours then, the way it reads. It's student to student.
Right.
Yes, okay, that's why I just wanted to clarify, because sometimes the bullying that we hear about in those realms in an electronic world.
Yeah, it's about that nexus.
Yeah.
Like how is it impacting a student's experience?
Yeah, so
at
I
school?
don't know if that needs to be specified or
Mhm.
not, but that would be something I wouldn't want to see that like a loophole
Yeah.
used, if that makes sense.
Yes, totally.
Yeah, thank you. And
Mhm.
Sammy had a comment?
Yeah, I had a couple. I think we covered it. The first comment, I think you covered it, which is adding it to the definitions, but not limiting the definition. So including but not limited to kind of language that includes the suicide prevention language, but also encompasses other cases. Is that the direction the board is going for?
That's what it sounds like, yes?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Awesome. So that's what I'm in agreement with. The second one actually is related to what we just talked about. There is a Supreme Court case that's being heard, and NSBA is actually participating in the amicus brief to provide an opinion on it. And the case lays on the idea that if a student is disciplined because of their behavior outside the classroom or outside the school, such as Snapchat, and the specific case was a student made racist comments against another student. They were disciplined, and the student is appealing their case of being disciplined because on freedom of speech cases basis and being outside the classroom. And education advocate school boards as well are advocating on the other side, which is the impact on the operations and on the students in the classroom or in the school is impacted. So their behavior outside warrants the discipline. I don't know where to go with this other than keeping an eye on that Supreme Court case and making sure that we pay attention to whatever ruling is there and we update the policy accordingly, if that makes sense.
Right. So we'll just watch that as that comes through. Those all come through in October.
Yeah, I'd rather see the policy, it makes sense for us
Now.
and then if we need to make updates based on if that case would change how we're defining it. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
It's like the legislative session. We receive a lot of new policy at the end of this, after the session. I think this falls into that same category.
So the other suggestion from Dr. Bird had to do with the suicide prevention trainings for staff and students, because it's mentioned, things are mentioned in here about training. So what's the consensus here?
I was wondering about how we cross-reference policies,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And if those two are being cross-referenced with each other, the suicide prevention one and the bullying one, if they cross-reference anywhere. That was my other question.
I can make that. I can put that at the bottom easily because they do. And then we also heard from our health presenters tonight that we do suicide prevention instruction in our health classes. It's part of what we're up to. So that I can look to see if that doesn't also cross somewhere as well and mention that.
Go ahead, Ryan.
And we do provide QPR training to all of our staff, which is
Annually.
something that we've just decided to do as a district. It has not been a requirement of the state or anything, but it's an important thing for us to do. And so that would meet that piece for sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any others on JFCF? Okay.
Are we gonna bring it back?
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
On IKI,
Yes.
academic integrity, I wanted to say thank you for including AI in there because I think that will help add some consistency for teachers.
Yes.
To fall back on like what we mean and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you for including that in there.
Thank you.
That it was really easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on IKI since it's
Yeah.
pulled? Yeah, go ahead.
Just going back to the AI, do we want to put some language in there on proof, like catching students using AI?
That wouldn't be in the policy.
That would be in the
Wouldn't
policy.
be in the policy.
No, that's more of the, that could be an administrative regulation, but we don't even have a policy in place yet for this. And I think that would also be practices at each level of how that they're looking at those kinds of things. So that's more of the practice than the policy.
Good, Ryan.
And then there is new OSBA guidance around AI and policy. And so Melissa and I just have been looking at that recently. And so that will be coming forward in the future.
Yeah, not this school year, not this year, but next school year.
Okay. Cool. Alrighty, that's everything from consolidated information. Oh, Sammy, sorry.
I'm really sorry. If I may go back to the discipline case, I'm wondering if adding the language that causing substantial disruption is warranted, and I'm looking at another ruling from 2021. Is that something we want to consider?
You're cutting out, Sammy. I didn't understand what you said.
No worries. I'll share that in a later date. so
Right, we
no
have
worries.
this is just first read, so if you want to send me something in particular, then I can see where it would fit.
Whatever the case may be, I'd rather our policy really think about what it means for our district, and if there's anything pending. If there's a case that's already would prevent any of that language, then that would make sense. But yeah, and it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's right. There is a previous case about off-campus speech and how discipline or preventing or holding students accountable for off-campus speech. And the rule, the keyword there is if it causes substantial disruption.
So that language actually, Sammy, is present under the heading scope on the first page, the second paragraph. This policy also applies to off-campus conduct that causes or threatens to cause a substantial or material disruption at school or other district property, or interferes with the rights of students or employees to be free from a hostile educational or employment environment, etc. I feel like that covers it.
That sounds like that covers it.
Does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It does. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Moving on to board member comments. Oh, comment or was it? Okay, cool. Yes, go.
Oh, not about that.
Yeah. Okay. Comments. Yep.
I just want to note, this has been a really tough week. There's been a lot of public communication about all kinds of things going on, and I appreciate, Lou, that you have spent a lot of time trying to post facts to just try to keep things clear, and I appreciate that. I know that's a lot of work on your part. And I think we just have to continue as board members to be diligent about stating facts and understanding that. I appreciate the number of students and staff that came today to give their voice. I do appreciate that, and I know that that could be really hard to hear, and I think we need to think more about what we're doing as board members. I also wish that we could find a way to communicate our district office people how much work you do, how much time you spend, because it's really behind the scenes, and our community doesn't always see that. And I feel bad because you guys do so much work and you work so hard. And I just think we need to be better at figuring out how to make public all the work that you do, because it is behind the scenes and people don't see it. So I just want to acknowledge that. And also, Ryan, you took all of that really well. And I know that's got to be really hard to hear. And I gonna just speak from my heart and say, I hope we don't lose you because of what you're hearing from the community. I don't think people are looking at other districts and what's going on in some of those districts because of poor leadership. And so I just will continue to advocate for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Other board member? Okay, Therese then Bernie, or Bernie then Therese, whichever way you all. They're deciding who's going first.
It's just listening to the testimonies tonight, it became very clear to me that we probably need to do a lot more outreach in our individual capacities or even in small groups with the community. And sometimes getting ahead of misinformation is more important than just not engaging at all. So.
Thanks, Bernie. Therese?
Yeah, a lot of really important and powerful words from community members tonight. Also, a lot of really important and powerful work being done by our district leadership. Both of those things are true, and I think that one of the things that's challenging sitting here listening to all of this is that this is a both and situation. It's not an either or. We need district leadership who can do the heavy lift of figuring out how to get good, rigorous curriculum into our classrooms. We need people that can be responsible to provide coaching and mentoring for our teachers so that we have strong leadership in our classrooms. We need all of those things. And we need music, right? Like it's not an either or. And we don't have enough money to do all of those things the way we want to do them. And I was thinking as I was sitting here, two things that came to mind. One is we talk a lot about, does the community understand? I think we've heard a lot about things like administrative bloat and over, compensation. And what maybe we haven't done as much is communicate how we've arrived at the decision that these administrative positions are important, or how we've arrived at a process around compensation. Our other associations are classified and are certified. Those processes, I think, are a little bit more public. This is it's a group of employees. It's a different process. And so there may be some growth opportunity for us in thinking about how to communicate that this is not happening in a vacuum. It's not happening in a vacuum, that it's not happening without any reason behind it. And so it may be time for us to think about how we're going to communicate about that a little bit more transparently. So that it's clear to folks that there is something guiding that. The other thing is that I love music and we need to have more of it. And I want to see Oregon and I want to see the U.S. Department of Education, if it manages to continue to exist somehow, I want them to make music a required subject. Why don't we have it as a required subject? We are talking about cutting back from 60 minutes to 45 minutes because we don't have enough funding to staff all of the classes to meet all of the educational requirements. And you know what? If music was a requirement, then we wouldn't be able to cut those positions. We would have to figure out another solution. So all of those people, all of those kids, I'm ready to go with you, but let's go sit in Salem, bring your instruments, and let's make it abundantly clear to them that we can be very noisy, but we want required music education. I want every kid in our district to know how to read and play, at least fundamentally play the piano by the time they leave elementary school. It's a good life skill to have. And we are not going to get there by just having levies in our communities. And we're obviously not going to get there by waiting for folks that have the purse strings to say, let's give you enough so you can make this choice. So I think it's time for our community, and Corvallis is a great community to lead the way in this, to say, if you're not going to give us enough money for us to choose it, then at least be decent about it and say, this is an important and valid subject and everyone should be getting it. So email me if you want to go to Salem because I have time.
Thank you, Therese. Any other board member comments?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Sammy.
I just want to express my deep gratitude for all in the room. I know it's a late hour, and especially Kim for your homework and support of the board and making sure that we're receiving the information we need to make those decisions. And for Ryan for his leadership, and for the community for holding us accountable and asking us to do better. We are in a very tough place right now as public education in every district in Oregon, across the nation, for many reasons. And I think keeping the faith in our public education is going to be so crucial. And that only happens with continued engagement and seeing where there are missed opportunities for us to engage and communicate about things that are have not been learned about. And I really want to acknowledge that the boardroom is where the final decisions happen, but it's not where the action and the deliberation and the listening only happens. We can't really rely on 7 volunteering board members to do all the work, and it's not fair because we have experts, we have people with lived experiences, and we have processes that require more bodies and minds than 7. And I think that's an important thing to highlight and keep communicating with folks that no matter what's the decision, there is a reason why the process is there, and sometimes the process is inefficient, such as how the states have its forecast about how much money it's going to get in a few weeks from now after we have listened to the budget, and they require us to provide notices to staff about non-renewal much earlier. It's just some processes are not working, and they are mandated on us to do them in a specific order. And we're learning about that as we go. I want to really also thank the board and share with the community that I am one board member and I've received an influx of communication. And as one board member, I think there's no board that's successful if we don't work as a team, and we do as a Corvallis School Board. And I want to remind the community that they should have access, and they do have access to each one of my colleagues. So I'm grateful for folks who reached out to me individually, and grateful for people who wanted to share about questions about decisions or feedback between board meetings. I want them to continue to do that, but also understand that as a board of 7, they do have equal access to each one of my colleagues. And I lean on your wisdom when we make those decisions and when we process community input. So it is really important for the community to feel comfortable reaching out to each one of you. And I know for a fact you are open for those conversations. So just want to put that out there and encourage the community to reach out to the board as a whole. It makes it more effective. And also encourage us to trust that there are instruments of listening that the school district does that help us learn in a more systemic way. We need to trust those listening instruments that the district leads between board meetings, and also ensure that we can improve them so we can listen to more community members and ensure that we are listening in an equitable manner for those who are impacted most by the decisions have their voice heard. So these are my comments and remarks. Again, deep gratitude for every one of you for the good work, including community members who wanted to share their voices with us and many different platforms, whether tonight at the board meeting or through communication or meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Sammy. I had a couple technical things board related that I want to bring up as well, not in addition to a couple comments. One of them is I seen that the cell phone bill is starting to move forward, so I just wanted the community to be prepared for that next year. And there's probably going to be a lot of feedback on that one, both positive and concern around cell phones. So I just wanted to let folk know that's coming up probably in the next year. And then I was wondering if I think I brought this up, but I can't remember for sure. So I just wanted to bring it up in case I didn't, about reviewing our proclamations, to review them and make sure they're all updated, because a couple of them have some dated, like it doesn't exist even, and now it has, you know what I mean? And so I think it would be good if if you all are okay with that, if we reviewed them for next year. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and do that. Just take a look at all of them. Probably not the ones we just passed in the last year, but which is not many. There's just a couple. And then the other one is there has been a lot of asks for more community engagement, like Bernie said, and I don't know what the best way to do that is. I know we have community conversation opportunities, but I think that's just something we should really be thinking about. It's really hard to have conversations because we can't in this setting, because that's not how public meetings are set up. So if we can figure out something for that, I think that would be good. I know that I had mentioned, I think I mentioned to you, Ryan, right, about a math conversation perhaps. And so that's something I think topics are important too, and that's something not everybody, a lot of people in the community are passionate about. And so I think that might be good to demystify the math part for people. So things like that, I think it would be good if we had a way to gather the topics that are important to community to bring up too. And then I did want to also mention that information that was presented earlier about Ryan's salary was not correct either. And I think that's important to say that the number was just rounded for the 80,000, and that's the number being floated around. And so it's important for people to think about over the course of several years, the last 5 years, or is it 6? I think it's 5 years since 2020. Yeah, it's 76,730. That way it's not the 80, which isn't enough to fund a teacher for a full year fully. And so I think that's important for people to think in the context of what that means. It sounds like a big number to a lot of people, and we really appreciate your work as well as the rest of the admin. But I just wanted to mention that from earlier as well, because that really stood out to me, that that's a number that's rolling around and I've been asked about personally too. And then the other thing I was going to say is a lot of the strain on our budget comes from unfunded mandates too, a big number of that. So if folk are thinking about what's coming up, that is part of it. If we have things that are approved by the state, are mandated by the state, but it's not funded, then that puts a strain on our resources too. So I just really encourage involvement with the state and federally to be on here again. And the budget is really hard, and I can go on and on about that part, but I did want to say that engagement with the state is critical, and I would take Teresa up on her offer. I like going to Salem. I can't go that often, but you should let me know when you go. And that way we can have our voices more present too as a community. I think that's important. And the last thing I will say, I had notes and now I don't understand what my notes say. Some of them. That's because it's really late. I do want to acknowledge that we're like an hour over our time because we made space for community voice in the public comment period. And so I wanted to say thank you to the staff for staying so late, and community members who are still here for staying this late. It's almost 11 p.m. And so I wanted to point that out to the community that while we do want to make space for you, when we do that, this is what we end up doing with our meetings, is going really late. And so I just wanted to mention that as well. And I will see you all at the next one, and the meeting's adjourned at 10:54 p.m.